6 a.m. in the Mile High City. Good morning, Denver, Colorado. You've tuned into the Jeff and Bill Show on 710 KNUS. I'm your co-host, Jeff Hunt, along with Bill Thorpe. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, morning. How are you?
We're good. We had Roll 'em Out Shelves out yesterday, man.
Did ya? How was that?
Dude, I got to do a special shout out to the guys.
Yeah.
Greg and Brent were out installing Rolling 'em Out Shelves. You know, they're a wonderful partner of the show, and they did a fantastic job. Came in.
Yeah.
High-fived.
Nice.
Got to work, and everything looks great.
Okay, here's the biggest question in this entire thing. Is the wife happy?
She's very happy.
Hey, all right.
Absolutely.
Okay, this is a win.
Absolutely.
This is a win,
In fact, so here's
yeah.
All right. We're in that phase of life where things are just crazy, right? I mean,
sure.
we're going here. We got kids with summer jobs there, and then camps, and my wife and I have to sit down every morning and kind of lay out what we're doing like it's a battle plan.
Yeah.
Going to war, you're going to go there, sit in that parking lot for 20 minutes, then you're driving there. And so we're in that stage of life. And
we what we did in our household, our solution for that, because again, like you, 4 kids doing all sorts of things. It's settling down now that they're a little bit older and they can transport themselves. The pantry door, we painted it with blackboard paint. And every week on the count, and so on Sunday night, my wife would write down on the pantry door everything everybody's doing in the time.
Man, you've been telling me about her, and she's a smart lady.
Oh yeah, I definitely married up. I have no idea how she continues to let me see her naked on a regular basis. I am as confused as everybody else. No idea.
It's good to have that perspective.
Oh, it totally is.
So we just have stuff that got into the back of our pantry. We just completely forgot about. I mean, we were pulling them out to get everything organized, and we won't be shopping for a while because there's stuff we just didn't even remember we had.
Oh, that's
there's
funny.
enough baked goods in there to last, I think, a year.
So you're like an archaeologist. You're like, oh, look at this.
Right.
I don't know. Okay.
Still good. We'll use it.
Exactly.
Still
That'll
good.
work. Yeah. How long does pasta go bad? I don't know. Exactly.
Guess what we had for dinner?
Hey, there we go. Partially spoiled pasta.
Yes, exactly. So everything looks great. She's happy, but I told the guys I'd give them a shout out because they did great work. And we got the call yesterday from Raphael. Remember, Raphael's getting Roll 'em Out Shelves, and then you're getting Roll 'em Out Shelves.
Yeah.
So Brent was like, man, that show.
Good.
That show bringing us the business.
That's what we appreciate. We appreciate you guys supporting the advertisers. And again, and they're just a lot of the advertisers that we deal with are smaller advertisers, people that are starting out the business. Pops. Yeah. And so it's nice to not necessarily have, we appreciate the large corporate money when we can get it, because all those checks never bounce, and they're so fantastic, and they're nice and big, and they don't argue about price, and it's really nice. But we also appreciate and understand the effort that is needed for the mom and pops, and that their advertising budget is so small and so selective. They've got to be really careful about where they're going to spend it. And so when they spend any dime with us, we always appreciate it and do whatever we can for them. So it's really cool. I'm so excited. I'm so excited that you got Rolling Out Shelves. I can't wait to hear about all the experiences.
Has your mom gotten them yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's a couple of weeks is when they're at. Because again, custom built. So it's not like going to Home Depot and just going, hey, take them home. We're going to put them in now. Yeah. No. That's when they're going to fit right. That's the other part that my mom decided to spend the money to do Roll 'em Out Shelves. Now, it is comparable to what she could do by going into a big box store, but they weren't going to be custom. They weren't going to fit exactly right. There's going to be a little bit of wiggle room. They weren't going to do everything that she needed. They took the time to ask her what her needs were, what were the pain points, and then design something that for a woman that is in her early 80s is going to make getting into those lower cabinets and shelves so much easier. So it's great. Yeah. They're
fantastic. All right, let's check in on the news. The Blake Olson news. Good morning, Blake.
Hey, good morning. I'm going to take credit for getting Roll 'em Out Shelves on the station a long time ago. Almost 8 years ago, I was working with Mark Anderson.
Yeah.
And trying to learn about that end of the business. And I damn near begged them to come to KNUS.
Oh, thank you.
And then I left for a while, and I think about 2 weeks later they signed, and they are awesome. I spent the time with them at their warehouse in Brighton. They are so awesome. It's just a perfect fit. Our listeners need Roll 'em Out Shelves. No doubt.
Listen to this. I got this email from Greg, who works with them. He said, I wish we had more time to talk in the house because I am so appreciative of your conservative voice. I listen every morning.
Oh,
thanks so much for using us. So they're with us on the values.
Awesome.
Oh, that's right.
No, there is no question about that. And I love those guys. All right, let's go. Here we go. It's Thursday, 53 and mostly sunny in Denver. Expecting highs in the upper 70s this afternoon. The 710 5-day forecast coming up. Our top story, hey, check your flights if you're hitting the skies today. DIA still dealing with delays and cancellations as storms move through Colorado on Wednesday. In Weld County, one person confirmed dead as a result of the storm in Greeley 2 nights ago. Vice President Harris is in the Springs today for the Air Force Academy's graduation. Harris will be speaking at her first AFA commencement ceremony.
And I'm quoting, the largest not democratic at all. It was a typo.
All right, that should be fun. Harris spoke at West Point last year and the Naval Academy in 2021. And I remember that one, unfortunately.
Well, it's a shame that it has to take place. This is, again, third world country stuff, whether it's borders or whether it says they've weaponized the Department of Justice. They've weaponized the FBI. They raided my house. They find nothing. Look how well I'm doing. And the people understand it. And it all comes out of the White House. Well, it's a shame.
What'd you say, Jeff? I'm sorry, man.
Oh, no. I was gonna ask you if you think Kamala is the first DEI VP.
I would say yes, maybe.
I think Biden said yes. Listen to this.
Uh-oh.
To me, the values of diversity, equality, inclusion are literally, and that's not kidding, the core strengths of America. That's why I'm proud to have the most diverse administration in history. It taps into the full talents of our country. It starts at the top with the vice president.
Oh, wow. I didn't hear that. Wait, when did he say that?
Yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah.
Man, there were so many things with him on Wednesday. I did not hear that. That is awesome.
I posted that and people are like, well, you can't call her the DEI VP.
Wow.
And I'm like, well, I think Biden just did.
Just did. Goodness gracious. Well, that's what happens. Comes back to bite you. All right. So we were talking about former president. Jury deliberations resumed this morning. Former President Trump's campaign derailment trial. The victim of weaponization is the first president, former or sitting, to ever face a criminal trial, which is what Democrats wanted. Law professor Jonathan Turley on Fox News Channel last night.
Not that I haven't seen anything like this. I haven't even read about anything like this. What I saw in that courtroom was really otherworldly. And, you know, I've really attempted to give the judge the benefit of doubt on many occasions. But what I saw today was, frankly, outrageous.
Judge Juan Marsham accomplishing what he set out to do the work that the Democrats need him to do. Alvin Bragg was also in the courtroom Wednesday, staring down the jury, trying to intimidate them, I'm sure. Kangaroo court at its best on the left. Since Jeff brought up Biden, let's listen to the president on this one. How about this?
Promise we'd start to reconnect black and brown and overlooked neighborhoods cut off by highways in the 60s. And decades of disinvestment as a consequence of it, including here in Philly. Well, we're changing that with the Recovery Act. Right now, you see all the construction going on the highways around here.
Oh, my.
Roads are racist. Don't you know that?
Yeah, right. Absolutely. And then, he's just going on and on to black voters, and this is a guy that was rubbing shoulders with KKK members,
Robert Byrd,
whatever, whichever way the wind blows with Biden. We all know who he is. An encampment of Hamas supporters on the University of Denver campus has been cleared out. The university says students decided to leave the encampment following a lengthy discussion with university leaders about peace and safety on campus. The encampment had been there for 20 days, and even though the protesters have left, the DU for Palestine student group says the fight isn't over. Now that the tents are gone, severe grass damage is visible on the campus lawn. Maybe they could water it and maybe try to bring it back to life, fight for the environment, help the grass grow, go to work. Think that's going to happen?
No,
probably not.
Absolutely not. They're going to their next paid protest gig. Did you see Khomeini's tweet yesterday evening?
I did not.
Khomeini, the religious ruler in Iran, tweeted this: "Dear university students in the United States of America, you are standing on the right side of history. You have now formed a branch of the resistance front and have begun an honorable struggle in the face of your government's ruthless pressure, which openly supports Zionists."
Jeez.
Here's a dude that would kill you if you protested in his country.
Exactly. And his next tweet was, "Continue to paint your hair green and red with a stripe in the middle." Wow. No, there's no doubt. It's so ridiculous. I mean, it's great indoctrination, though. They are brainwashing them. The Purina pet food plant in Denver is now facing a federal lawsuit due to a horrible odor reportedly affecting people living nearby. Locals near the plant on York Street say they can't hold outdoor activities without becoming nauseous. The lawsuit is seeking compensation and asking a judge to declare the plant a nuisance, and claims that the awful smell affects 2,000 homes in the area. Man, I've smelled that for.
I was going to say, that is new. Everybody knows when you drive by the food plant there.
Dog food plant.
Right. It's like driving through Greeley. You're like, what? It smells? Of course.
We used to
the smell of money.
Yes, we used to pray we wouldn't have to go and play high school basketball games down there just because of that. Okay, I guess that's new. All right, news brought to you by Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's premier source for everything fireplace, patio, and grills, locally owned and operated since 1954, online at lairfireplacepatio.com. Let's see. The Rockies scored 6 runs in the second inning and cruised to a 7-4 win over the Guardians in Denver. And they're at the Dodgers tomorrow. The Mavericks try to finish off the T-Wolves tonight in Game 5 in Minnie, 6:30 tip. 49 in Brighton, 50 in Castle Rock, 53 in Denver, and Jeff and Bill continue. Blake Olson, News Talk 710 KNUS.
Your 7:10 5-day forecast, partly cloudy skies, quite warm today, reaching a low to mid-80s with afternoon showers and thunderstorms, a good bet. Some thunderstorms may be strong. Watch out for that, especially out on the plains. Lows tonight, 50s with thunderstorms ending. Mid to upper 70s Thursday, afternoon and evening thunderstorms. 70s for Friday and Saturday with afternoon and evening thunderstorms. Less storm activity on Sunday. I'm meteorologist Don Day in the 710 KNUS Weather Center.
New York Times going after Justice Samuel Alito. Another provocative flag was flown at another Alito home. The justice's beach house displayed, quote, "Appeal to heaven," unquote, flag. A symbol carried on January 6th and associated with a push for a more Christian-minded government. Last summer, they say 2 years after an upside-down American flag was flown outside the Virginia home of Justice Samuel Alito Jr., another provocative symbol was displayed at his vacation house in New Jersey, according to interviews and photographs. This time, it was the Appeal to Heaven flag, which, like the inverted U.S. flag, was carried by rioters on the Capitol on January 6th, 2021, also known as the Pine Tree flag. It dates back to the Revolutionary War, but largely fell into obscurity until recent years and is now a symbol of support for former President Donald J. Trump for a religious stand of the Stop the Steal campaign and for a push to remake American government in Christian terms. The result? Well, there's a few senators that wanted to raise these concerns and sent a letter to Alito asking him to recuse himself in light of these upcoming Supreme Court cases involving January 6th or Donald Trump. Samuel Alito responded yesterday, "Dear Senators Durbin and Whitehouse, this is in response to your letter on May 23rd to the Chief Justice requesting he takes steps to ensure I recuse myself in Trump v. United States and any other cases related to the 2020 presidential election or the January 6th attack on the Capitol." He lists the central disqualifying requirements that would force him to recuse himself. He says the two incidents you cite do not meet the conditions for recusal set out in the disqualifications listed above, and I therefore have an obligation to sit. The first incident cited in your letter was the flying of an upside-down American flag outside the house in Virginia where my wife and I reside. In considering whether to take this event requires recusal, an unbiased and reasonable person would take into account the following facts. As I have said publicly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with the flying of the flag. I was not even aware of the upside down flag until it was called to my attention. As soon as I saw it, I asked my wife to take it down, but for several days she refused. My wife and I own our Virginia home jointly. She therefore has the legal right to use the property as she sees fit, and there is no additional steps that I could have taken to have the flag taken down more promptly. My wife's reasons for flying the flag are not relevant for the present purposes, but I noted that she was greatly distressed at the time, due in large part to a very nasty neighborhood dispute in which I had no involvement. A house on the street displayed a sign attacking her personally. A man who was living in that house for some time trailed her all the way down the street, berating her in my presence using foul language, including what I regard as the vilest epithet that can be addressed to a woman. My wife is a private citizen. She possesses the same First Amendment rights as every other American. She makes her own decisions. I have always respected her right to do so. She has made sacrifices to accommodate my services on the Supreme Court, including the insult of having to endure numerous loud, obscene, and personally insulting protests in front of our home that continue to this day and now threaten to escalate. I am confident that a reasonable person who is not motivated by political or ideological considerations or a desire to affect the outcome of the Supreme Court cases would conclude that the events recounted above do not meet the applicable standards for recusal. I am therefore required to reject your request. Then the Appeal to Heaven flag came out, and the New York Times wrote its second article. Here was the best line in the letter. My wife is fond of flying flags. I am not. My wife is solely responsible for having flagpoles that put up in our residence. And then he goes on to say she likes to fly college flags, flags supporting her sports teams, state and local flags, flags of nations from which the ancestors of our family members came, flags of places we have visited, seasonal flags, and religious flags. All much to do about nothing, Bill?
No. I mean, it's a duplicity of instances. Alito, from what I understand about it, is not necessarily being completely and totally forthright about the instances between the neighbors and himself. Some of the story doesn't pan out. One of the things he talked about, the guy following his wife and yelling. Originally, that story was because when they were taking kids to school or near a school bus stop. Problem is, schools weren't open at that time. It was during the pandemic when he claimed that happened. So that's a little difficult. Also, the idea that they were flying the flag necessarily in protest, etc. If you know where the Alitos live, they're at the end of a cul-de-sac. The neighbor that they're upset about is the beginning of the cul-de-sac. So for Mrs. Alito to be making this statement as, I'm fighting back to my neighbors, the neighbors would have to pass their house to then go beyond somewhat significantly to see the Alito house. The neighbor would not see that flag flying in front of the Alito house on a normal day. So again, the explanation is a little bit weird. And okay, she likes to fly flags. Wow. Okay, how many flags does she have? And how many of them have a political bend in nature? That's the issue. It's not about all the flags she likes to fly. It's about the particular flags she chose. And the other part is, I appreciate Alito talking about his wife making sacrifices. Well, I guess this isn't one of them that she made. And I think that when you are the spouse of a sitting Supreme Court justice, there are different things that are expected of you as far as how you get involved in politics and what you do. But again, as we know, if you just do anything that is political, obviously you're corrupt, because that's the argument with Judge Merchan and his daughter, that because his daughter takes some money from Democrats, Merchan is obviously, again,
millions?
Sure. Okay. That's obviously corruption, obviously, because she's working with Democrats. And Alito and Ginny Thomas both express conservative issues, and Ginny Thomas actually working behind the scenes to work towards what was going on January 6th. But that's not corruption, not at all, not in the least. She donates and works with foundations that are absolutely have conservative platforms and push things towards the Supreme Court. Absolutely. But that's not corruption. So if that's okay, this fine too. Yeah. Do I think it's stupid? Do I think that Mrs. Alito was absolutely making the political statements that we infer? Yes, 110%. And is it correct that Mr. Alito can't go over and take down the flag? That's BS. His house too. You want to go over and take over the flag? What, your arms are broken? That's what my dad would have said. Your arms are broken. You can't take it down. If she would have flown a flag that said something really offensive, said something about minorities and how they need to die, we go, nope, nothing I can do. Sorry, gotta keep it up there. Flag's gotta stay until she wants to take it down.
Do you see the same type of coverage coming from the New York Times with regards to Merchan's daughter? I've now seen 2 full investigations into flags that Samuel Alito's wife has flown. Meanwhile, Merchan's daughter is literally making money off the case. And you don't see the same type of coverage off the fundraising of it.
How?
Fundraising for these candidates who are fundraising against Donald Trump in this case.
I don't think she's making money necessarily off the case. That's just based on politics.
Well, the candidates are paying her, and they're running digital ads and fundraising off this case.
And how is that then corruption? How does that corrupt Judge Merchan? How does
his family makes money? His family makes money in opposition to in opposition to a person that's in his courtroom, right, on trial.
No.
And you don't see the New York Times covering this anywhere near what they're doing with flags for Samuel Alito.
Here's the thing. I would say that Judge Merchan is different than a Supreme Court justice, just on level as far as it. Then I understand your point about New York Times, but I have seen investigations across the spectrum on Merchan's daughter and on flags. You're just hanging up on the New York Times.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
But the issue is I don't see Judge Merchan's daughter being in charge of the company, not her company. I don't see her running those campaigns. I don't see her being in a significant role. None of that has been shown. I'm not saying she isn't, but I don't see it. None of that has been shown. The company that she works for is doing this. Yes. Is she the mover and shaker behind it? We don't know that. There's nothing that shows that she is. And if she was, is that corruption? If it is, then someone really needs to explain to me about Ginny Thomas. Really needs to spend some time explaining to me why that isn't the same thing.
The left has deep dived on Ginny Thomas.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, and it is every effort to try to pull these guys off the court.
Just like the issue with Judge Merchan's daughter. Same thing. So if one's corruption, the other is too. But if we're not going to say they're both corruption, fine. I'll deal with it. Not happy about either one of them, but I'll deal with it. But if it's corruption, they're both corruption. We got to make sure we're consistent on this. It can't be one and not the other. And I am questioning Alito's wife's motivations. She absolutely knows what those flags mean. She knew what it meant based on the political temperature of the time, because that is in part why she reacted that way. So she chose those flags specifically for a message. So yeah,
and
does he need to recuse now?
Do you think the appeal to heaven, the pine tree flag,
yeah, here it
is a political message?
It is a political message at that time, because the time in which she's flying it is right around January 6th as far as the protests, from what I understand. So that's it. During the political culture and climate, that flag took on a different meaning. She absolutely knew what that meant. Do I think that Alito should recuse himself? No. No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that flies quite as far. Thomas, for me, yeah, darn close. Mershon, if you can show me that the daughter is intricately involved, then I might have an issue with it. But even then, I'm not so certain. For me, Ginny, the fact that she was working so closely behind the scenes with people that were doing things, and then Thomas did not want those names of those people released, that's a little closer to a recusal for me. So again, if you want to be consistent about it, fine. If Mershon's corrupt, then so's Alito and so's Thomas. Fine.
So I think everybody should fly an appeal to heaven flag. And here's why. Here's the history of it. Okay. This comes from James Lindsay. The symbol represents the classical liberalism of John Locke and many in the American founding. An appeal to heaven refers to Locke's second treatise, where he rejects the divine right of kings and insists that a man always has the right to appeal to heaven himself. Here's Locke. And where the body of the people or any single man is deprived of their right or is under the exercise of power without right and have no appeal on earth, they have a liberty to appeal to heaven whenever they judge the cause of sufficient moment.
Yeah, again,
it's good history.
Oh, it's a good little history lesson. It's a good history, but
it's not a racist
thing. I didn't say it was.
No, I never did. But some of the left are.
I've never said it was. The issue I've gotten, the question I have about that flag: how often has it been flown over that residence? How often does she fly it? When did she purchase it? When did it go up? Because the instance in time in which she is flying it, it has a different political message. And I am inferring that she is making that political message because she is aware of what is going on, because we hear that from Alito, that they're mad and she's mad about all the things that are happening. So I assume that she is making that statement. If she is flying this thing a year ago, 2 years ago, and this is the 5th time she's flown it, the 10th time she flies it once a month.
Well, I think everybody should fly it. It's a good message.
I know, but that's not my point. My point is I want to know how often she's flown it and why, because in this instance, if it is a singular time that she has flown it, or if it's the second time she's flown it, then it can take on a political meaning. If she has been flying it for a long period of time, fine. I will give her the pass and say that she probably likes the true meaning of the flag more than the political statement at the time. But so far, I don't have any of that evidence showing it. And based on her previous statements about being upset, and this is Alito's statements about the wife being upset in the disagreement with the neighbor, it would make sense for her to then make the political statement, not only with the flag upside down, but also with the pine tree flag. Would make sense.
And Bill, I would love to do the same detailed analysis on who flies the flag, when they fly the flag, how often they fly the flag, with every single one of Mershon's daughter's clients. Sure. What emails did you send out? When did you send them out? What was the message of those emails? Did you make money of those emails?
But here's the thing: is
Mershon, we're willing to dive into how many flags.
Hold on, it's not that we're willing. I'm saying I have questions. I'm not asking for a congressional investigation. I'm not asking for the FBI to show up at the house. I'm asking for context that could easily be explained by the Alitos and the neighbors. And I think it is different when we're talking about the spouse of a sitting Supreme Court justice than the clients of the business the daughter of a judge works for. That's several degrees of separation that is different than a spouse.
There's money involved in one and just political opinion on the other. A good text message here, 0767. Justice Ginsburg herself spoke everywhere for her favorite subject, abortion baby killing. She also hated Donald Trump and spoke herself at political rallies.
Yeah, again, not saying that was wrong. I don't think that the Supreme Court justice should speak at political rallies. And again, while I can say that I believe this is what Justice Alito's wife was doing, I've never said that he should be recused or removed from the court. I'm not going that far. This is a reasonable discussion. Again, even though people think that I'm some screaming, burning-haired liberal. Not. I'm looking at this saying, if we want to talk about Judge Marchand and his daughter being corrupt, then at least you've got to get to Ginny Thomas and Clarence Thomas, and that has to be corruption. And if we're going to talk about freedom of speech and everything else and what spouses can do and who they can work for, then we can dive into that. But I feel I can draw these conclusions about Alito's wife, but I don't think he needs to be recused. No, not at all.
5551, don't compare the two as equal. It's idiotic. Jeff, should she have quit?
Let's stop there. Don't compare the two. That's idiotic. That's the end of the statement. That's it.
Don't compare the two as equal. It's idiotic.
Yeah, here's the thing. Calling names. That's it. I mean, come on. That's like 5th and 6th grade stuff. You explain absolutely nothing about your point. Why can't you compare the two? You don't do anything. All you do is you call names. Come on. I mean, we're adults here. Just stop behaving like you're a 6th grader on the playground. If I'm incorrect, outline it. If not, just keep the insults to yourself. Please, come on, be an adult.
0767, Alito's wife can fly any frickin' flag she loves and whenever she wants, and America should not give a rat fart. Concerned about it. 0767. But 5311, but why should they have to explain anything? You fly a flag because it's something you believe in. You didn't have a fit with them flying. New York Hamas is a really flag at the Capitol, but you're upset about this. 5311. Give us a call.
I never said I wasn't upset by their flag. I mean, again, a whole hell of a lot of people jumping to conclusions that things I've never said nor supported. Please stop giving me the jacket of everything else the liberal media has been saying. It's not me. Stop it. Please.
Nothing but whataboutism from Jeff. No facts. Terry in Texas is that. Bill, his wife's flag is no one's business. The last time I checked, we live in the USA. 8422.
No, the flag is an issue because he is a sitting Supreme Court justice. Yes, you're going to tell me that if Ketanji Brown Jackson's a significant other flew a Black Lives Matter flag over the house, you'd go, nah, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. We're not going to draw any conclusions. BS. I'm throwing the giant BS flag on that. You draw every conclusion you possibly could about the fact that she was in the tank. At least let's be intellectually honest on this level. Please, please. Come on. I mean, I'm expecting more from you guys this morning. Really.
Give us a call, 303-696-1971. Lots of text messages. A lot of text messages coming in on this one. Join the conversation. Is this a big deal? Samuel Alito's wife flying an appeal to heaven flag. Bill, I think the upside down American flag was inappropriate because I don't think you should fly that unless America is ever in a very serious, dire situation.
That's fair.
I don't think it's the right message to send. And I go back to that Robert Redford movie, Castle. You remember that?
Yeah.
Where they were going to shoot him because and then he decided not to.
Yeah.
And they ended up shooting him because he had the.
And again, do I think that Alito should be recused because of this? No. Do I think there should be any punishment because of it? No. Do I think that we should be aware of it? Yes. And should his wife be more aware of these kind of political statements and what they mean? Yes, absolutely. That is part of the burden of being the significant other of a sitting Supreme Court justice. I'm sorry. That's just what happens.
There's also this effort around the appeal to heaven flag to kind of rewrite the history of it. And they did this with the Betsy Ross flag. You remember that where you're just like, come on. This is actually a really good message.
Yeah, it is.
That there is no divine right of kings. Yeah. You have the ability to appeal to heaven for your own issue. So
it's a great
flag. My opinion, fly the appeal to heaven, the pine tree flag, and don't be embarrassed about it. Hey, speaking of really good things, we have a guy that works here at 710 KNUS, John Corbliss, who has gone on an amazing journey in his own personal life, and he is about to be honored by a great organization, Mile High Station. If you're looking for a great night out, how about a night at Casino Royale? It's this Friday, tomorrow night, at Mile High Station to benefit the Second Chance Center. Second Chance offers care management, mentoring, and vital resources to assist formerly incarcerated individuals in reestablishing their lives and becoming successful members of the community. We are proud to announce that News Talks 710's own John Corbliss will be honored at the event. For complete details about a night out casino royale benefiting the Second Chance Center, go to scccolorado.org as in Second Chance Center, scccolorado.org. And tomorrow night, be able to honor all John's done. He's a great addition to this family.
He's fantastic.
I don't think I've ever met a guy that's so eager to work and so happy to be a part of this team at 710 KNUS.
And again, and we will highlight his story on the air later on as well. Not today, probably next week or so, and bring him on to have you talk, because it is remarkable, because this is a guy here that's working at the station that was homeless. Dude was sleeping on the streets and is now here getting paid. So we're going to talk about that journey, because it's important, because it's a lesson about what's going on in Denver streets and how we can fix things.
And I think as you get older and you just go through life, you just come to the fact and the realization that you're like one decision away from being in the same position those guys are.
Absolutely. So many ways.
It's not a long fall down. It is. It can happen to any of us. So when it does happen and those guys get to where they are and get to a good place, you celebrate it.
Oh, absolutely do.
I want to talk to you about Ultra Botanica and Ultra Cur. Look, there's lots of curcumin products out there on the market. You've probably heard of some. They're going to make you pay for it. They believe, Ultra Cur believes so much in their product, they'll give you a 3-day sample for free. All you got to do is go to any Denver Metro Natural Grocers and ask for the health coach or the vitamin manager for your free 3-day trial of Ultra Cur. What does it do? Well, it helps fight back your soreness. Soreness from getting older, soreness from workout. It's a patented non-prescription natural capsule that works fast. If you've tried everything without much success, even other natural curcumin products, you owe it to yourself to try Ultra Cur today. Get curious, Denver. Head to the Natural Grocers and grab your free 3-day Ultra Cur trial. No strings attached. If you're wondering about the research, get the lowdown at getultranow.com. That's getultranow.com. All right, phone calls starting to come in. We got an open line, 303-696-1971. New York Times making it a heyday about some flags that Samuel Alito's wife is flying. Much to do about nothing, or serious concern about his impartiality? Give us a call. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
Welcome back to the Jeff and Bill Show. Man, we've lit up the text messages here, and we're going to get to the phones in just a second. We're talking about Samuel Alito's wife flying some flags, and the New York Times now written 2 stories about it, and 2 U.S. senators asking Samuel Alito to recuse himself from any cases about Donald Trump moving forward because she flew a flag of the American flag upside down. She argues in response to a personal dispute with a neighbor. And then she also flew an appeal to heaven flag, which, by the way, it comes from essentially John Locke and the idea that there's no divine right of kings, that every man, woman, child has the ability to appeal to heaven based upon their own stage in life, position in this world. You have the right to appeal to heaven. It's not just the kings that can appeal to heaven. So everybody should fly an appeal to heaven flag, in my opinion. That's the pine tree flag. But the New York Times making big heyday about this. Is this a big issue? Much to do about nothing? Or is this indicative of the fact that Samuel Alito cannot be impartial? Let's go to Jay in Sterling. Jay, you're on the Jeff and Bill Show, News Talk 710 KNUS. Good morning.
Good day to you, sir. I think we should all fly our flags in whichever, because that tells everybody who you are as a person.
Yep, even if justices' wives or justices flew like BLM flags and Planned Parenthood flags and trans flags.
It shows you right there their mentality. It shows you right there their mentality. I mean, I got American flag hanging the way it's supposed to be hanging. But you show your true colors when they put those oddball flags up. Well, it shows who they are as a personality. You know, I fly the American flag high, you know.
With I get the point, and I definitely, when you see churches fly those flags, you're like, that tells me what that church believes. But these are justices, Jay. These are justices that are sitting and listening to arguments that are going to affect the direction of our country. Do you think they're impartial?
You know, impartial. I don't know. I mean, because we stand for freedom to fly whatever flag you want. So show your true colors. And if they want to fly that stuff, it like I said, it shows you who you really are as a person, what you really do stand for. Do you stand for America, or do you stand for something else?
All right, Jay, I appreciate the call. We're going to get to Francis, line 2. You're on the Jeff and Bill Show, News Talk 710 KNUS. Good morning, Francis.
Hey, gang. Hey, I told Billy, sometimes your show makes me want to pull my hair out, but like a dog to its vomit, I keep coming back.
That's a great description.
Just the way it is. But, you know, this is such a silly topic, a tempest in a teapot topic. And I would invite everybody from both sides to quit volunteering to be lap dogs, lapping up this silliness, because look, the New York Times, you know, making a point of appeal to heaven flag and all these other things is really just, why are you doing that? It's because they're getting a rise out of people who are getting off on getting a rise. It's ridiculous. Yeah. And the same thing happens on the other side. There's no evidence at all that you could visit the sins of Marshawn's daughter on Marshawn, or say that he's somehow biased or something. Everybody has a little bit of bias one way or the other. I don't even doubt that Alito does. And so what? It doesn't mean he can't, you know, pull himself away from it and handle it. I mean, I kind of liked Alito's letter, though. I thought it was pretty funny. It was, read between the lines here. It was kind of like, you know, my wife knows that this is creating a lightning rod problem. And stop.
You do. You get a sense that there's a little bit of a dispute in the Alito household. That line, my wife is fond of flying flags. I am not.
And the idea that she's the property owner, what can I do? I can't do anything about the flag when she puts it up. There's no solution.
Oh, maybe we should read, because this is a letter you wrote to Senator Durbin in White House. It's kind of like a, guys, I can't just, please stop it. Stop it.
It is silly. And Francis is right. It is silly. It's completely and totally silly. And I'm certain that in some point, the New York Times went through the back end of their website and looked at it and goes, what stories are getting a lot of clicks? The flag story. Must have more flag story. More flag story immediately. Yeah, I'm sure that's part of it.
And you know who's just shameful? Isn't it Durbin, the one who like rubbed salt in the wounds here and asked Alito to, you know, why would everybody just step back and quit being used as tools? Why do you think Durbin is doing that? I mean, it's the same problem. He knows that you're easily agitated, and so he finds something that will easily agitate you. Why don't you quit being easily agitated and easily triggered? Grow up.
Oh, that is a great way to end it, Francis. Grow up. Statement of the day. You're the best.
We got a text message here. Here's Ketanji Brown Jackson's flag.
Oh, I have to look at that. I haven't seen it yet.
I'm not a gynecologist, but I'll take a look.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
That's funny.
When we come back, you choose the news. But first, want to talk to you about Empower Home and Gay Reevell. We've had Gay in the studio multiple times. Absolutely delightful lady. First of all, that's who you want to be able to work with, right? Selling a home is a stressful thing. You want to work with people that can help you through all that stress in a delightful way. Number two, she shares our values. She gives back to orphans in the state of Colorado. Why? Because she was an orphan herself and she found her forever family. She wants to help those kids find their forever family. So she shares your values. But third, and probably most importantly, she is a real pro. Look, we all have friends, family members that are real estate agents, but this is a business transaction. And Gay Reevell and the Empower Home team can put together deals in ways that really not a lot of other people can, right? They've got 14,700 pre-approved buyers just waiting to be able to buy a house. And so they can often sell their house for $30,000 more than average real estate agents. Could you use an extra $30,000? That's why you need Gay Reevell and the Empower Home team. They will sell your house for 100% of the asking price, or Gay will pay you the difference. It's an offer you simply cannot refuse. Get 100% of your asking price guaranteed with Gay Reevell and the Empower Home team. Give them a call today, 833-301-SOLD, or go to gayhasthebuyers.com. That's 833-301-SOLD, or gayhasthebuyers.com, GAYE hasthebuyers.com. We'll continue with You Choose the News. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710, KNUS.
Welcome back to Jeff and Bill Show. Let's do You Choose the News.
Yes, it is that time of the morning where you get to play everybody's favorite fake radio news game show, You Choose the News. We have scoured the interwebs for mere moments this morning to find really, really dumb stories about us humans, giving them more ridiculous headlines to this fake radio news game, and it's definitely not sponsored by the great people at Roll 'em Out Shelves. They are an upstanding mother-son business that will solve the clutter problems in your kitchen, bath, garage, wherever it exists, with wonderful custom shelves. They'll do a free estimate, rollemoutshelves.com. Do not tell them what You Choose the News. Nobody knows this is going on. So, all righty, here we go, gentlemen. Your choices this morning, Jeff Hunt and Blake Olson from our newsroom. Headline number 1, Bragg's political lawfare runs rampant. Headline number 2, Criminal Review. Headline number 3, They'll shake it off. Headline number 4, Good Boy seeks a new adventure. Your choice, sir.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
Yes, they're going to have to shake it off. Edinburgh, Scotland is getting ready for Taylor Swift performing in the city, and they are shaking off their homeless population. Some of the population that is housed in places like motels, hotels, other places. Homeless people are in direct competition with some of the tourists, and so they're moving them out of the city. I mean, honestly, the city knew that they were going to be trouble, so they had to do something about it in order to clean it up, because they're going to be gone for a fortnight, making up the blank spaces for the Friends. Some residents say it's very bad blood, but Taylor Swift is saying, don't blame me.
How many Taylor Swift references did you get in there?
I got 6. 6 song references in there. You can appreciate that one.
All right, let's do Bragg's political.
All right, Bragg's political lawfare is running rampant. Saboski Strora is arraigned in court on Tuesday, and he said this is just more of Bragg's political lawfare. So what that over the last 6 months I've been accused of assaulting 6 people? I'm running for office. This is obviously an effort to keep me out of office. Yes, the gentleman is using the Trump defense. He is saying because Bragg is prosecuting him for him assaulting a number of people, again, about 6 times in 6 months, been arrested for all of them, got witnesses and video of some of them, but it's obviously political lawfare, because Strota is running for office.
Wait, politicians are criminals too?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I know.
Never heard such a thing.
No, exactly. But again, I love the idea that he's like, no, this is political prosecution because I'm running for office.
I'm pretty sure you called that, Bill.
I did. I told you this was going to happen. All right, Blake Olson from the news department. Criminal Review, our good boy seeks new adventure.
Criminal Review.
Yes, let's do more crime. Criminal Review. A Nigerian woman is facing the threat of jail after reviewing tomato puree online. The woman is a 39-year-old entrepreneur from Lagos, and she asked some of her audience for product reviews, and she said she's looking for a new tomato puree. They tried one. She, on the review, said it tasted too sweet and there's way too much sugar in there. Evidently, the company found out about it, including the brother of the owner, reached out to her and said that you are ruining our business. This is horrible. Well, oddly enough, in that country, there are some tighter restrictions on free speech, and they might be able to say that when she said, stop killing people with your tomato puree because this is all sugar, she may have overstepped the line. So It's not the same as here, but yeah. So that's the idea. She's facing prosecution because she said the tomato puree was too sugary. That's it. Hey, Blake, thanks for taking the time to play along with us. That is the end of You Choose the News. As always, Jeff and Blake are our winners, and I'm just a giant loser. Back to you, sir.
In the 7 o'clock hour, we're going across the pond. We're going to talk with international news reporter from ABC, Patrick Reevell, who did a deep dive on Andrew Tate. What is this all about? You're not going to want to miss this conversation. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
Satellite City. Good morning, Denver, Colorado. It is Thursday, May 30th, and you have tuned in to the Jeff and Bill Show, 710 KNUS. I'm your co-host, Jeff Hunt, along with Bill Thorpe, bringing you the freshest insights and hottest takes from the right, left, center, and sometimes loony. It's a beautiful day in the greatest country in history. We're gearing up for a whole nother morning of engaging discussions, critical analysis, and most importantly, your calls and texts, because this is where Denver's voice is heard loud and clear. Phone lines are open. Give us a call, 303-696-1971, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. Grab your coffee, Denver. Let's dive into the issues that matter most to you right here, right now. Coming up just after the news, we're going to dive into who is Andrew Tate. He's the most Googled person in America. What is he all about? Well, Patrick Reevell, international news reporter for ABC, traveled to Romania and created a documentary, produced a documentary about Andrew Tate. It's on Hulu. I watched it over the weekend. Very powerful. You kind of hear a lot about this guy, but when you hear Andrew Tate's own words, he's not a good role model. So Patrick Reevell will provide that for us in the 7 o'clock hour. Let's check in on the news with Blake Olson. Good morning, Blake.
Morning, Jeff. Very interesting. That's going to be good. 55 and mostly sunny in Denver. Expecting highs in the upper 70s this afternoon. The 710 5-day forecast is coming up. Our top story, storms on Wednesday affected travel at DIA, and there may be some carryover. Check your flights before you head out there. In Weld County, one person confirmed dead as a result of the severe storm in Greeley 2 nights ago.
And I'm quoting, the largest not democratic at all. That was a typo.
Vice President Harris at the Air Force Academy graduation today. Harris will be speaking at her first AFA commencement ceremony. The best thing about this, Air Force Colonel Bree Fram won't be the speaker.
No, you're not speaking for an hour. You've got 25 minutes. I'm like, oh, crap. Maybe we're going to have to cut down some of that. So I have a little more time tomorrow morning. So if you really want the history of inclusion across all groups in the military, come back tomorrow morning for the first 10 minutes and then run away. I'm going to focus a little bit more today on my story.
How about new? Third world leftist lawfare in New York.
Well, it's a shame that it has to take place. This is, again, third world country stuff, whether it's borders or whether it says they've weaponized the Department of Justice. They've weaponized the FBI. They raided my house. They find nothing. Look how well I'm doing. And the people understand it. And it all comes out of the White House.
Jury deliberations resumed this morning in former President Trump's campaign derailment trial. He's the first president, former or sitting, to ever face a criminal trial, which is what Democrats love. Law professor Jonathan Turley on Fox News Channel last night.
Not that I haven't seen anything like this. I haven't even read about anything like this. What I saw in that courtroom was really otherworldly. And you know, I've really attempted to give the judge the benefit of doubt on many occasions, but what I saw today was frankly outrageous.
Judge Juan Mersham doing the work the Democrats need him to do. DA Alvin Bragg also in the courtroom Wednesday, making sure the jury saw him. A possible chemical leak at the Western Sugar Cooperative plant in Fort Morgan sent 4 people to the hospital Wednesday. Officials say 2 men working at the plant passed out, and when first responders arrived at the scene, 2 firefighters lost consciousness as well. All 4 people were taken to the hospital, and their current condition isn't known. There's no word on what caused the suspected leak or what kind of chemicals were released. A section of South Parker Road in Douglas County was shut down Wednesday morning after a Tesla caught on fire. The fire spread to nearby grass, and it took a long time for firefighters to get the blaze under control. The road reopened later in the afternoon, and the burned car was towed from the scene. No injuries reported. Speaking of electric cars, not enough charging stations in California, so electric car owners are going to have to pay a new tax now. So they can service the drivers trying to save the environment and the world. What comes around goes around in Cali. Here's a heads up for anyone who plans to drive on I-70. The gateway to Colorado's Rocky Mountains is about to undergo phase 1 of a major construction project. Crews will be closing an 8-mile section near Evergreen several times next month to install new pipes under the highway. The work will be done overnight to minimize delays. Rockies scored 6 runs in the second inning, and they cruised to a 7-4 win over the Guardians at Coors, and the Dodgers will take on the Rockies tomorrow in Southern Cal. Mavs try to finish off the T-Wolves tonight in Game 5 in mini 6:30 tip. The Broncos wrapping up their second week of organized team activities. 52 in Lafayette, 51 in Parker, and 55 in Denver. Jeff and Bill continue. Blake Olson, News Talk 710 KNUS.
Your 7:10 5-day forecast, partly cloudy skies, quite warm today, reaching a low to mid-80s with afternoon showers and thunderstorms, a good bet. Some thunderstorms may be strong. Watch out for that, especially out on the plains. Lows tonight, 50s with thunderstorms ending. Mid to upper 70s Thursday, afternoon and evening thunderstorms. 70s for Friday and Saturday with afternoon and evening thunderstorms. Less storm activity on Sunday. I'm meteorologist Don Day in the 710 KNUS Weather Center.
We're going to dive into who is Andrew Tate here in just a second. I watched this documentary on Hulu that ABC did. They spent a year investigating Andrew Tate, went to Romania, spoke with him, spoke with his brother, and have kind of helped analyze this guy that's become wildly popular, most Googled man in America. And he's now under charges for human sex trafficking in Romania. So we'll play a video about who he is in just a second. I want to talk to you about maybe some financial challenges you may be facing. A lot of us are struggling to keep up with everyday bills, food, gas, and even that power bill. If you own a home, I want you to call my friends at American Financing. Interest rates have dropped into the fives. The fives, which is nearly a quarter of the average credit card rate. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month by tapping into their home's equity and wiping out high-interest credit card debt. $854 a month is like a $10,000 raise. Credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us still carrying balance from month to month. Call American Financing and take care of that today. And if you call today, you may not have to make next month's mortgage payment. American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.799% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms. All right. I was researching who Andrew Tate is, came across this video that I think probably does a better job of giving you an overview of who he is.
The Matrix has attacked me.
He's called himself the king of toxic masculinity, but now controversial influencer Andrew Tate has been arrested in Romania. Here is everything you need to know. Raised in Luton, Andrew Tate was a professional kickboxer. He was cast in Big Brother in 2016, but was ejected from the house after a video emerged of him appearing to attack a woman with a belt, something he denies. Tate started to gain notoriety for his controversial and misogynistic posts on social media, once suggesting women bear some responsibility for being raped. He has denied holding misogynistic views, but has also described himself as the king of toxic masculinity. His views and the backlash he faced led to him gaining a larger audience and adoring supporters. He was eventually banned from Twitter, but this didn't stop him. He is allowed back on the app in November 2022. Tate was also banned from Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, but his content is still being shared. The hashtag Andrew Tate on TikTok has been viewed billions of times, with many worrying about his influence over young people online. Recently, Tate sparked a row with Greta Thunberg on Twitter. He sent the climate activist a picture saying he owned 33 cars and asked for email. Thunberg responded with a fake email address mocking him and ending with the words getalife.com. Tate and his brother Tristan have now been arrested in Romania on suspicion of human trafficking, rape, and forming an organised crime group. The brothers have been under criminal investigation since April and have previously denied any wrongdoing. Tate was heard saying, "The Matrix has attacked me," as he was escorted away.
Andrew Tate, from my opinion, is a non-biblical response to kind of attacks on masculinity, white males, that type of thing that has come in our culture. And so the way our culture traditionally works is when you swing one way, you sometimes swing back the other way. And when there's been attacks on traditional masculinity that's taken place in our culture, when white men are to blame for all the evils of this world, you're going to get a response to it. And when you have a masculine pushback that's not rooted in the teachings of the Bible, you get Andrew Tate. That is, from my opinion, what he is. I don't think he's someone worth following.
Yeah.
I don't think he's someone worth lauding. Does he have some fair critiques? Yeah, sure. He probably has some fair critiques out there. But to elevate him, and if you don't know Andrew Tate, your teenage sons absolutely do. He's one of the most popular people online. And I think it's important to kind of push back on this and say, the other day I engaged with him on Twitter or on X, where he was saying, the best way to live a life is to basically have a harem of 7 women at any one point. And I'm like, bro, no, that's a horrible way to live a life. Just as the biblical critique of kind of the crazy sexuality in this culture is taking place, having a harem of 7 women is not a good way to live a life. It's not a good way to treat women. It's not a good way to build a family.
No, it's the weird thing for me with Andrew Tate is he seems fixated on having to prove he is that dominant male all the time. And for me, that shows incredible weakness.
I agree.
It's the idea of when you're in the bar, the guy with the loudest mouth is going to be the weakest, and he's going to be the guy that'll back down first 9 times out of 10. It's the guys that are quiet, that are reserved, that you really have to watch out for. And Tate, to me, wants all this attention and knows that it is partial marketing because he was a kickboxer. So he understands and how he competed. He understands part of that. So this is somewhat performative, and he leans into his worst instincts. And so he just wants to look at it. Has to be that dominant male, and this is how we have to have it. And the idea, and it's interesting. And again, I like the moniker of toxic masculinity, because think about his worldview. That in order to be a real man, you need 7 women involved with you.
Right. And 30 cars.
Yeah. Does that take into consideration anything about the women's feelings and who they are and maybe what they want? Or do you think they even know about each other, or would they be mad, or are they going to be kept in a large group? I mean, the idea is that their motivations, them as people, are secondary. It is secondary to any concern that I possibly have, because they are there for me. I am not there for them. They will do what I want, when I want, and in the weird ways that I like to do it in the dark. It's pretty much what it is.
And it reminds me of kind of the sister wife stuff, where you're like, come on. This is not about a partnership. And what gets me is it's not about building a family.
No.
Right? You're not building a family if you have 7 harem women.
And again, he talked about it being a harem. He wasn't talking about raising family.
Yeah, right.
He was just talking about doing the Humpty Hump. He wanted to make the freaky beast with 2 backs. That's all he wanted. That's it.
So why he's in trouble is essentially around sex trafficking. And I was suspicious.
What a surprise.
I was suspicious of the critique of him.
Yeah.
Because you go, because he was on Tucker Carlson. And you kind of go, well, maybe the left's going, maybe he is attacking the Matrix and all this stuff. What the ABC News documentary does a really good job on Hulu, and we're going to talk with one of the producers that put it together from ABC in just a minute. But they use his own words. And here's a guy that basically put together an entire scheme of how you honeypot a girl.
Yeah.
Right. And so what honeypotting is it's essentially pimping women, and you welcome them into a relationship. You make them believe they're going to have a relationship with you. And then you start to sell them online, cameras, videos, all that stuff. And access.
You love me so much. You would do this for me. Yes. And that we need this money, and you're doing this because this is good for us. And it is. It's not exact, but it is some of what both R. Kelly and P. Diddy are accused of. R. Kelly convicted, P. Diddy accused of. Some. It's not exact as far as the selling.
Like sleeping with little kids
but it was little kids. But there was some exploitation as far as passing them around and getting other people access to them. And there's some questions as far as P. Diddy as well, as far as using that manipulation to get you to believe that you're going to get a great musical contract and be the next one-hit wonder.
Yeah,
kind of a thing. Same thing with Tate. That hey, I've got this brand. You're going to be known, and this will do this X, Y, and Z. You want to be a model? This is the exposure. You're now connected to my brand, and I'm going to get you the exposure, and I'm going to have you talk to the modeling agencies and all this stuff.
But then he launched this university.
Yeah,
this thing called Hustler University. I don't know. Reminds me of somebody else.
Oh yeah, totally.
In this case,
fake university. Yeah. Yep.
By the way, when I was at CCU, we were having a debate because at one point Trump was like, "I'm going to launch. We're going to take over Department of Education, and we're going to come up with our own conservative university."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Nah, he's not.
No,
he's not. No. Because it's actually really hard to run a university. It's really hard.
Yeah,
so it didn't work out. But anyways, Andrew Tate runs Hustler University, and he trains people in the honeypot method.
Yeah.
So the ABC News is like, this guy, not only is he being accused of these crimes, he openly talked about doing this to women, and then he launched a university on how you could do this to women.
Yeah.
And he basically turned all these women into OnlyFans accounts.
Yep.
And so they would learn to basically have webcams all over the world, and then he would take a portion. It's prostitution.
Yeah, it is.
It's no different than running a woman off of Colfax.
Yeah, it really is. It's awful. And the idea that this is how you prove that you are the man. But again,
exactly.
But I do think that he has found some fertile ground and some people that are willing to bend into that message, because over the previous 3 years, look at all of the messaging in the media and all the books that were written about the loss of manhood. I mean, we got a couple of people in Fox News that have written manhood books.
Yeah.
We got a couple of people serving in Congress.
Critique, though.
But what I'm saying is, and writing the manhood books, we're so concerned about it. That's why Tate's message was allowed to grow, prosper, and resonate, because there is this perception of it. And I disagree with the perception, but there is this perception of it. And so he was allowed to lean into that, just like all the clowns selling books. I doubt very many of them even believe what they were writing in those books, but they wrote them and they made a lot of money. Good for you.
I do think our culture got to a place where it blamed particularly white men for all the problems that we have. And if you're, I don't know if that, I don't think that comes from you. I don't think it comes from the traditional liberal, the more kind of classical liberal. I think it comes from the leftists that bought into this kind of Marxist ideology of intersectionality and oppressor versus oppressed and all this stuff.
I can see that.
And you have like dudes born 14 years ago being blamed for all the world's problems. And then these guys come along and are like, no, I'm going to show you strength. I'm going to show you how to get it back. But it's an unbiblical way, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think it is an overgeneralization, and that was done purposefully to say that the white males were being blamed for all of America's problems and all the world's problems. However, I have heard people on the far left express similar sentiments, but I don't think that is universal. I think it was blown out of proportion, and I do think that there is an argument, if you're looking especially at the history of America, that white men have had it pretty good. I mean, who is it? One of the comedians talks about the idea that if you're in America and you show up with a time machine, You can take a white male to almost any point in time, and he'd be okay. His thing is, hey, the year 5, good. I'm good here. But you can't take a black man in America past 1975 without things going sideways for them. There's a real issue there. So the idea of the arc of history as far as who has been in charge and the pigment coloration of their skin is an issue. That is. Does it mean that because the pigment of my skin and the fact that I have these, I shouldn't say that out loud. These chromosomes, that's a better way to put it. Since the fact that I have these chromosomes, does it mean that I'm to blame for it, nor is Jeff? No, not in any way, shape, or form. But I think that that's why it's a fertile ground for those 14-year-olds, because they lack the perception of history. And they see this as a pushback, and I feel incorrectly. And so they're going to push back the other way, not realizing that when they do push back, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because they begin to act like what they were being accused and being mad about first. They are fulfilling the dogma of the person that is accusing them of doing that in the first place. Like, that's not us. Now watch me do it. I don't think they're understanding that. I don't think they're walking into this with their eyes wide open, understanding that you are doing exactly what they were accusing you of, and you're trying to do it as a protest, and maybe you're not accomplishing what you think you are.
And it's a weird, it's almost like the epitome of like the fakeness of social media too, right?
Oh God,
Dan
yes.
Bilzerian, I think is his name, is the same way on this.
Yes, you're right. Yeah,
where you're like, nobody lives a life like this.
Exactly.
Are you kidding me? And I think even Joe Rogan, like when Dan was on his show, went after him and was like, you live like every middle school boy's dream.
Exactly.
But it's not real. And by the time you're 25, you should be getting married or be looking to get married, building a family, not running around with 15 different women in bikinis on a yacht in the Caribbean. That's not a healthy viewpoint of manhood.
Here's a great example. Okay. You go to the pool, beautiful afternoon this weekend in Colorado, and there's a guy who's 25. He's in his swimsuit, and he gets up on the board and, hey, ladies, watch this. Woo! Want some of this? And he does a double somersault into the pool. Psh, oh, kind of cute. I get up there, the 50s. Hey, ladies, want some of this? Woo! I do the same trick. They're going to start talking to the people in charge that I'm scaring the children. There's a point where that shtick runs out.
Yep.
It's really hard to keep that going. And Joe Rogan's right. That whole idea, it's gonna peter out, because sooner or later, and everyone that is crested over that knows that line, my men and my women out there, I feel ya. When you know you're walking down the street and you're walking down the store, and you no longer get that side eye from those other people.
I never got it.
The opposite sex never gives that side off. Yeah, you never get that anymore. That's a line of delineation. That's a self-check. We know how that feels. So that happens to everybody. Get over it.
And then we hold on to that one poll from 20 years ago that was women like dead bugs.
Exactly. We need that. And we all keep those high school pictures. Look. I wasn't always a beached whale.
Hey, want to talk to you about QC Kinetics and staying active. As we all get older, you've got joint problems, could be elbow problems. My elbow was hurting this morning doing my bicep curls, your back, your knees, but you don't want to jump into surgery. QC Kinetics Denver helps your body heal naturally, right? It's a regenerative medical treatment. It's non-surgical, and it's a drug-free solution. Why risk surgery when there's a safer option? With no downtime and a free consultation, QC Kinetics often provides same-day treatment. Visit my friends at QC Kinetics and revolutionize your approach to lower back pain. Give them a call today, 303-900-8986, or visit painfreecolorado.com. That's 303-900-8986, or visit painfreecolorado.com to schedule your free consultation today. Be sure to tell them Jeff Hunt sent you. Text message 3300. I thought you could do a triple, Lindy. I don't know what that is.
It's a reference, a triple Lindy, the dive. Yeah, it's a long, it's riding Dangerfield issue and things like that. So, yeah, that's back to school. I appreciate that. That is exactly what it is. That is exactly that reference, because I would look just as spectacular as Mr. Dangerfield did in his dive. Absolutely. And everyone would be just as impressed.
I get no respect.
Exactly.
No respect.
That's exactly it. That's a great reference.
So yesterday we had roll them out shelves out to the house, and this has been something we've been planning for a while. I've known Joyce and Brent, and wonderful people. It's like inviting your mom and brother home. You're going to have a fun conversation, incredibly personable. It's a small mom and pop business, and they do a great job. They came and did all the measurements originally, and now they did the installation yesterday. Greg was with them as well, and they did an excellent professional job, because Roll 'em Out Shelves is built with Baltic birch, built right here in Colorado. This is like high quality shelving. This is not stuff that you're going to get builder grade. It all pulls out so smoothly, goes right back in, and it allows you to kind of reach stuff that would traditionally be in the back. If you're getting older, you don't have to bend down. You don't have to reach all the way in the back there to get your essentials. Roll 'em Out Shelves is a solution for you. Listen to some of these overjoyed customers. The shelves were sturdy and made better than most I've seen. Very, very happy customer. This is a top-notch company. Excellent product, excellent service and installation. We had the shelves installed in our laundry room and kitchen. So did we yesterday, actually. Makes a world of difference in accessing items. I highly recommend them. Begin the affordable transformation in your home for less than $1,000 when Roll 'em Out Shelves efficiently organizes your space with sturdy Baltic birch shelves built right here in Colorado and guaranteed for life. Call them for your free in-home estimate today. 303-475-9601. That's 303-475-9601 or rollemoutshelves.com. Be sure to tell them Jeff sent you. Rollemoutshelves.com. All right, when we return, Patrick Reevell is going to be joining us. He's an international news reporter from ABC, based out of London. Spent a year doing a deep dive on Andrew Tate. What is this all about? The most Googled man in America. Is he really guilty of human sex trafficking like he's been charged with? Or is this just the Matrix attacking him? We'll get these details. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
Welcome back to the Jeff and Bill Show. Over the weekend on Hulu, I watched this really fascinating documentary about Andrew Tate put together by ABC. I messaged one of the producers of it. I thought he did a great job. His name's Patrick Reevell. He's an international news reporter for ABC. And during the previous segment, right before the commercial, we talked about who Andrew Tate is. We have some limited time with Patrick, so I just wanted to dive into some direct questions about what it was like working on this and what did he learn about Andrew Tate. Patrick, thanks so much for being on the Jeff and Bill Show.
Good to be with you.
So you spent a year investigating Andrew Tate. He's one of the most Googled men in the world. What did you learn about him?
Yeah, as you say, we spent over a year working on this documentary. And I have to say, I was beginning from a position, I think, of many people of, I'd seen Andrew Tate online, but I was not deeply aware of him. I had not followed him a great deal. And then over the course of this year, I've watched many hours of his material from many years. And I think there are two things. One, of course, is his cultural influence, which is what is often most talked about. But the other thing that we were looking at was also that he now faces 3 legal cases in 2 countries. He faces 2 criminal cases now, one in Romania and one in the UK here, and as well as a civil case now brought by 4 women here in the UK. And in all of these cases, he's facing allegations of abuse by women. And so I think we were trying to do 2 things. And one was to try and look at why he's so popular with young men and what he's saying and what is his influence. And then the other thing was trying to understand what are these allegations against him? What are these criminal cases? Which I think many people are aware that he is facing charges, but I think people are pretty hazy often on what the actual allegations are. I think one of the main things that we found in looking at them is that ultimately there is a very strong through line among all of these cases that all relate to how he relates to women and to these allegations of abuse.
And in investigating him, we're talking with Patrick Reevell, who did this documentary on Andrew Tate. He's an international news reporter with ABC. Patrick, a lot of the pushback that comes from Andrew Tate is that this is a liberal media smear campaign. This is the Matrix going after him. Did you get a sense that he's just using that as a cover? And look, Patrick, I'm a conservative. And I have my trust issues with mainstream media sometimes. But in this case, I felt like you all did a very fair job of using his own words. And I'm going, well, maybe it's not true. There's a lot of smoke there. There's probably fire there as well.
Yeah, I think that was one of the remarkable things as we were looking into this, is that Andrew Tate has really lived his life online for a very long time. And I think he's wanted to be famous for a very long time. And so really he has started making videos where he's been preaching a very consistent view for a very long time online and making these videos and often selling them. And I think, one of the key things is that these cases date over a long period, because I think, so his argument is that since he became famous and started speaking on controversial themes, that he has essentially been cancelled, and that this case in Romania, where he's charged with human trafficking, and as well as one charge of rape, he's essentially that this was invented to try and cancel him and put him away. But when we look at the cases before he was famous, he was accused of very similar things. And I think the crucial thing, one of the key things that I found out, is that I don't think you can understand Andrew Tate unless you know that he was running an erotic webcam business. This is a business where women would basically be live online, and men would pay to watch them perform suggestive or sexual performances. And he started doing that a very long time ago. He's told that story many times. And he said that really that has taught him a lot of his view of the world, and also that was how he first got rich. And so he first did it in a town called Luton, which is near London. More than a decade ago is when he founded it. And he's described doing it where he told his girlfriends that he wanted them to start doing this, and that most of the women working for him were, in his words, his girlfriends. Many of them don't agree that they were his girlfriends, but he was basically then accused in 2015 and arrested on charges of sexual assault and rape, including by some of the women who were working for him in one of these businesses. And several years later in Romania now, he's basically been accused of the same thing. And at the heart of all this is, in the human trafficking case, is something called the lover boy method, which is basically a technique where you recruit women by deceiving them, by making them believe that they're in a relationship with you when actually you have every intention of exploiting them, usually for sex work. And in Romania, this method is very familiar. It's a common tactic. And, Andrew Tate denies that he uses this tactic. But one of the challenges that he's facing is that he, for many years, has sold a course that, human trafficking experts that we spoke to said looks a lot like the lover boy method. And this course is called the PhD course. It means pimping hose degree. And this is basically, as you were saying, in his own words, he talks about how it's his recruitment system, how you've got to have sex with the girl before trying to bring up webcam. And that's the only way that she'll stay with you, is if you were able to manipulate her emotions and control her mind. And essentially that's what he's accused of doing, first in the UK and years later in Romania. Of course, these cases are very complex, and he has a presumption of innocence, and we'll see what the courts find. But as you say, I think the challenge he faces is that for many years he was essentially teaching a system that, to many experts, looks very close to a human trafficking technique.
Patrick Reevell, international reporter with ABC News, joining Jeff and Bill. Thank you so much for your time. You spent a year investigating Andrew Tate and putting together a documentary that is now visible on Hulu. During that time, what was something that shocked you about Andrew Tate and his behavior, something you weren't expecting?
Yeah, I think the first thing that shocked me was seeing how much he was teaching some of these methods online and had been charging for it, and had been doing so for years. He was essentially teaching, and in his own words, he described it as pimping. He says he doesn't think pimping is a bad thing. He thinks it has a bad rep, and that actually his job as a quote unquote pimp is to basically motivate women, in his words, to make money and then give most of it to him. And this is talking about his erotic webcam business. And so I think it was quite shocking to realize that he had been talking about all of this very openly. But then equally, that one of the more disturbing, I think, areas of this was, I think some people listening will know about the War Room, which is Andrew Tate's secret society, is how he presents it, of supposedly elite men, and you pay several $1,000s to join it. And we were able to see thousands of internal messages from inside this organization. It's mostly online, it's mostly on Telegram. And in the messages, they are encouraging men to use this course that he teaches, the pimping hose degree, the PhD method, which is basically a method for seducing women and then generally to try and convert them to work for you on webcam. It's also a kind of mindset of how you're supposed to view women, which is mostly that they are to be controlled, and to be treated as people who should be completely submissive, and generally just to be controlled. And I think it was quite disturbing to see what some of the things were being taught on there. A number of the people there were setting up their own webcam businesses and were applying these methods. And just in general, one of the things that's absent from Andrew Tate's content online is you just very rarely hear female voices speaking for themselves. You see women around him, but you never actually hear them speak. And then one of the more disturbing things or distressing things that we encountered was certainly speaking with some of the women who say they worked with him, and some of the accounts that they described and the things they allege were quite shocking. We spoke with one woman called Evie, who appears in the documentary, who describes going home with Andrew Tate, and she alleges that while they were having sex, he strangled her until she was unconscious without her consent and without warning, and then said things to her all night like, I own you, I control you, you belong to me. And that is just one account of several women who accused Tate of sexual assault. And so I think those are some of the more, I think, a lot of people think that Andrew Tate is on trial for his controversial opinions, but actually he's on trial for allegations of abusing women. And, we have spoken to some of these women. I have seen as well hundreds of text messages that are in a Romanian indictment against Tate in the Romanian case that again show him, basically saying things like, come to Romania, we'll have a relationship, and saying explicitly that this woman won't have to do webcam. But when she arrives, she finds that she's he's not there. She immediately finds herself in a house where a load of other Romanian women and other women are doing webcam. And it's just, and basically the prosecutors allege that he deceived them basically into coming and working for him. It's a very dark story when you look at these allegations. I mean, again, obviously he is currently awaiting trial, and he has a presumption of innocence. But certainly there are very disturbing allegations against him.
Talking with Patrick Reevell, international news reporter with the ABC. He's worked on a documentary for over a year researching Andrew Tate. It's on Hulu, titled Andrew Tate Into the Manosphere. I want to ask one last question. You've been very generous with your time, Patrick. Is this just kind of social media projection, or is there a real concern that he's built and trained other men to do this?
I think that's a very good question. I think, ultimately, I think his biggest influence is online. He's a creature of the social media age. He has an enormous following online. He has 9 million followers on Twitter right now. But he has also got this organization, the War Room, where he and other leading members of it were basically encouraging men to apply this worldview, the PhD, the pimping hose degree worldview, which is basically to try and control women and to seduce them and then try and push them into working for you, and which, frankly, human trafficking experts say when they see this, they see it as essentially popularizing a very common human trafficking method, which is obviously a very worrying allegation. But I think, why ultimately Andrew Tate matters most of all is because he has become this major figure, and particularly, in the US right now, we see some conservatives like Tucker Carlson, like Candace Owens, suggesting that he has a lot of interesting things to say and a lot of interesting ideas to offer, in particular about gender and gender relations. And then, I think if we're going to have that conversation about him, then it's very important to be aware of what he's actually accused of and what happens when he is putting his worldview into practice, which is what he's being accused of.
Talking with Patrick Reevell, international news reporter for ABC. Patrick, I'm a rock-ribbed conservative. I know Tucker. I know Candace Owens. But here's what I found with your documentary. I found it to be honest. I found it to be diligent. I found it to be trustworthy. It's on Hulu. It's titled Andrew Tate Into the Manosphere. And I think it's important for conservatives to dive into this. And I thought this was a very fair look at one of the most popular Googled names in the world, Andrew Tate. And Patrick, I thought you did a very fine job. Patrick's Twitter account or X account is Reevell, ReeVellp, talented journalist out of London, international news reporter for ABC. Patrick, thanks so much for taking time to be on the Jeff and Bill Show.
Thank you for having me, and thanks for watching.
So again, you can get that on Hulu. I watched it over the weekend because I've heard of Andrew Tate. If you haven't, and especially if you have middle school boys, they probably have. He's the most Googled name in America. The most Googled name in America. And as Bill and I talked about in the first part of this hour, some of his critique of the pushback of the against this kind of hatred of white men that's taken place in our culture. I think there's a fair critique in that. But as Patrick said, you need to understand the fullness and the breadth of who Andrew Tate is, especially if young boys are being drawn to this guy and to his message online. My son the other day just Googled how to debate well. He was going to do a debate, and he Googled how to debate well. And some of the videos that came up were from Andrew Tate because he engages in online debate. So people are being watched, being influenced by this guy, and you need to know the fullness of what he's done. And as I said at the top of this hour, I think that this is a natural swing back that's happened in our culture as our culture went out and really vilified particularly white men. And there's a natural swing back. But the Andrew Tate is the non-Christian version of this kind of pushback that's taken place. And that's why I think he's a real problem. All right. Everything, look, I want to talk to you about American financing. Everything is really expensive. And by the time you pay all the monthly bills, there's still not much left. So you end up swiping your credit card, trapping you in high interest credit card debt. If you're a homeowner, American financing can help you. Interest rates have dropped into the 5s. You heard that right, into the 5s, much lower than your credit card interest rate. American financing is saving customers an average of $854 a month by using the cash in their home to pay off high interest debt. That's $10,000 a year. Make the free 10-minute call to see how much you can save. They never charge any upfront fees. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net, NMLS 182334, NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.799% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms. Bill, what'd you think of Patrick?
Liked him a lot. That was interesting. And that's a difficult story. I appreciate the journey that he went on because you can see that story pitch. Okay, we have to dive into this guy. Oh, wow. And what he uncovered. And I appreciate him coming at it with the open eyes of explaining this is how he is setting this up. And we didn't have to cast aspersions or anything else. We only had to quote him. We only had to go back through his online presence for years and show what he has said, show what he has done, show how he's set up other people to do exactly this. And when the PhD reference, he's talking about pimping hoes. That's exactly, he's talking about using them as sex workers. He's open about it. So I really appreciate that. That and also a second ago, off air, Patrick and I, because as an Englishman, we were talking football. So I had to find out who his team was.
If you did that.
Had to find out who his team was, and he is a proud Manchester supporter, Manchester United. So I was able to wish him congratulations on their FA Cup win over this past weekend. So it was nice. It was a nice connection. He's a great dude. He was really cool.
I got into it at the end there with Patrick. You know how I feel about mainstream media.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a show that goes by that I don't have complaints about how they've become activists. But when I was watching that, I went, this guy's legit. Patrick's legit. Yeah. And this wasn't a hit piece. This was a serious researched piece into one of the most Googled men in America. And we're getting text message like, why are you even talking about this? If you don't know who Andrew Tate was, you're not paying attention to, especially what young men are being influenced by. And they did, I think, a fair job of exploring this.
And the other part, the reason it's important is when you hear other commentators reference Andrew Tate as a good example of anything, you need to know who that is, because they're going to present Tate's best possible side, as small as that is.
Or even if it's a fair critique that he says, right? About our culture that all of a sudden hates men.
Yeah. So, but you need to understand who he is behind that motivation, just so you have context as far as it. And the other part being that you may not know who he is, but your kids or grandkids, especially if they are males between the ages of 13 and 18, probably do.
And are probably following him online.
And I saw that during that time in my life, and I also saw it in my boys growing up, in which you're looking for, in that time frame, what is a man? You're balancing it against the male figures in your life. You're balancing it against the role models that you have that are outside your life, the sports figures, the rock star, stuff like that. And then you're also trying to balance what you're seeing online. And his message for that audience is gravy. It's exactly what they're looking for, because those young men are not certain about who they are or how they're becoming men. Now they have a roadmap.
And here you have a guy with 33 cars and a harem of 7 women at one point.
Be this. This is the man.
All right, give us a call or text message us. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
Interesting conversation about Andrew Tate. We spoke with one of the producers at ABC on a big documentary running on Hulu now, Andrew Tate Into the Manosphere. So Andrew Tate's one of the most infamous men in the world, preaching a controversial view of masculinity that draws millions of fans. But now he's facing 3 legal cases in 2 countries on allegations of trafficking and rape, all of which he denies. Interesting text message here, 5549. I'm a woman who's been following Andrew Tate for years. Although I understand he can be a pig, I'd rather have my kid watch him than Dylan Mulvaney.
Really?
From Bud Light, if we're, interesting. If we're talking role models.
That's really interesting because
I would just say they're both bad.
Well, the thing for me is that again, it's probably not fair, but the supposition inside of watching Dylan that somehow you are going to parrot the behaviors, where based on a heterosexual male, you're probably more likely to parrot the Tate behaviors. The idea that watching Dylan, what I'm hearing is the idea is watching Dylan is going to make you gay or trans. I'm not sure about that. But again, I could be reading
think they're both bad role models. But let's continue the conversation. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS. You know the song?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Who is it?
Again, these are the moments in which I get a little.
Is this REI?
REI?
Not REI.
That's the climbing. Oh my God! that response right here in my heart, right here is where it hurts.
You have to deal with
it's where it hurts.
Just
right
being in the same
deeply,
universe.
Ow! You don't know the guys from Athens, Georgia. Oh, REM. Yeah.
REM.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Michael Stipe.
Yeah. Hey, nicely done. Do you know any other members of the band? Just out of curiosity.
No.
Okay.
But I remember trying to memorize
which one?
The song where they talk really fast.
End of the world as we know it.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
I helped a friend in high school do that as a presentation his senior year. We went through it and did that. Yeah, did the lines and did a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, that's a really cool song. But got to go deep into the catalog. get further back. Go into Reckoning. Go into Document. Get further deep into the catalog, and you'll find some stuff they do really, really special. And they've got a really great cover of Swan Swan Hummingbird that is only found in a couple places.
What that song?
Yeah,
Swan Hummingbird.
Yeah, it's a really, really neat song. In fact, it appeared originally. I'm looking at it for a sec. I think it was originally in the documentary Athens, Georgia, Inside and Out, which was about the indie bands coming out of Athens at the time. And low-key, one of the bands that REM always looks up to that never did as well, that they were always embarrassed that they did better, is Pylon. You want to go down a deep dive, go check out Pylon. They're interesting, they're unique, they're definitely indie and different than REM, but they're a good band. Very good band.
My pops was a jock for years, and he's the same one like you. He can, when we were hanging out over Memorial Day, but he was 50s and 60s music.
Yeah.
But he can go into this and I'm like, all right.
There's some things when I'm playing trivia, there's one guy that shows up that he is a music nerd as well. And he plays this game of trying to identify the songs as quickly as he can. We kind of play the side game together. And so every week I throw in one or two that are just going to stretch him a bit just to see. Yeah, it's just a fun game we play.
We're going to get into a lot of news in this hour and next hour, but this is a big breaking story. Yeah. And we're going to try to get the person that's at the center of this tomorrow on the show. But we're going to cover this. Denver Civil City Commissioner was raising the alarm that we're lowering the standards in the city of Denver when it comes to hiring police or firefighters, and she was terminated from her job.
Yeah. Now, some of us are surprised there were standards to begin with in some of those jobs. I'm not talking law enforcement, I'm talking other jobs. Absolutely, other jobs. But still, now you accurately, my friend, you pulled a news report that we're going to play in a little bit that really outlines a lot of her concerns and does an excellent job of talking about where she is, because she put herself out on the line and is in many ways a whistleblower, saying this is what's happening
100%.
And how the institution reacted and how politics has reacted. And I love the filter of this is a Democrat thing, I think. I mean, she's on the Democrat side of things, and she's talking about what's happening with the Democrats. And, well, they seem to like to eat their own every once in a while. And that's what they're doing here. And it's awful. It's absolutely awful.
All for Mayor Mike Johnston to achieve some political goals. This is a fascinating story that I think goes a lot deeper into the quality of police, the quality of firefighters we have in the city of Denver. Mayor Mike Johnston trying to reach his political goals, and a whistleblower at the center of all of it, trying to just do what's best for the city. We'll get to that in a second. Let's check in on the Blake Olson News. Good morning, Blake.
Hey, good morning, Jeff and Billy. 61 and sunny in Denver. Expecting highs in the upper 70s this afternoon. We may get to 80. The 710 5-day forecast coming up. Our top story, Sheridan police investigating a homicide early this morning in a neighborhood near Marston Lake on West Dill Road. A woman was found dead with an apparent gunshot wound. No more information has been released. Commerce City Police said a man survived a shooting thanks to a chain necklace that stopped a bullet and left him with only a puncture wound on Wednesday. No wasn't a gold chain. It was a 10 millimeter silver chain. A 22 caliber bullet got lodged into the chain and saved his life. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston at a groundbreaking ceremony for a new affordable housing project on Wednesday. The complex is called the Irving at Mile High Vista and located in Denver's West Colfax neighborhood. The community will offer 102 units ranging from studio to 3-bedroom apartments. Storms on Wednesday affected travel at DIA, so make sure you check your flights before you head out today. In Weld County, one person confirmed dead as a result of the severe storm in Greeley 2 nights ago.
And I'm quoting, the largest not democratic at all. That was a typo.
That was the last time she was in Denver. Vice President Harris is the speaker at the Air Force Academy graduation today. She's already spoke at the Army and Naval Academies in the past 2 or 3 years and now trying to win the Commander-in-Chief's trophy. Any excuse to listen to one of the best fight songs in college football. The Falcons 3 months away from kickoff college football. Jury deliberations resume in New York this morning in former President Trump's bookkeeping campaign derailment trial. After being given their instructions Wednesday, the jury asked the judge to read them again, which he will do today. There are 2 attorneys on the jury. Nearly 200,000 people are still without power in Texas after severe storms pummeled the state this week. North Korea has launched 10 short-range ballistic missiles into the Sea of Japan. South Korean officials condemned today's launch and promised to respond to any provocation. And Israel says that it'll take at least 7 more months to finish off Hamas. A 17-year-old suspect is in custody after police say he stole about $20,000 worth of Lego from a store in Denver. Investigators say the suspect used a strap tied to the bumper of his vehicle to steal the Lego in, bricks and minifigs located on West Bowles Avenue. The suspect alleged to have stolen Star Wars, DC, and Marvel Lego sets and minifigures, and police say most of the stolen merchandise was recovered from the teen's home. He faces multiple charges. Plans for a new $175 million Broncos training facility in Englewood are moving forward. The facility will feature 320,000 square feet of buildings, including a new 3-story building next to the current Pat Bowlen Fieldhouse. Construction expected to wrap up in 2026. Rockies scored 6 runs in the second, and they won 7-4 over the Guardians at Coors. The Rockies at the Dodgers tomorrow. The Mavericks try to finish off the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight in Game 5 of the Western Conference Championship in the NBA. 6:30 tip-off. It's 56 in Superior, 58 in Greenwood Village, 61 in Denver. Jeff and Bill continue. Blake Olson, News Talk 710 KNUS.
Your 7:10 5-day forecast, partly cloudy skies, quite warm today, reaching a low to mid-80s with afternoon showers and thunderstorms, a good bet. Some thunderstorms may be strong. Watch out for that, especially out on the plains. Lows tonight, 50s with thunderstorms ending. Mid to upper 70s Thursday, afternoon and evening thunderstorms. 70s for Friday and Saturday with afternoon and evening thunderstorms. Less storm activity on Sunday. I'm meteorologist Don Day in the 710 KNUS Weather Center.
All right. Bill, this was making it all over the interwebs yesterday. This has got to be one of the best court videos ever.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
Okay. I love watching court TV because it's just such a little picture into the insanity of our world.
Oh, yeah. This is wonderful.
Here's a guy that has been charged, and in fact, he's out on bond with a suspended license.
Yep. That's about all the setup you need. And then we can just kind of run the audio, and everything will become clear.
And he zooms in
for
his court meeting.
Yeah.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present in Zoom.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
Oh.
That is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended, and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Oh. I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
So that's a truncated audio of
there were a lot of pauses.
There were a lot of pauses where they just kind of stare into the camera.
Yeah.
So here you have a guy who has had his license suspended.
Yep.
He's been charged with driving while having his license suspended.
Yeah. And he joins the Zoom call while driving. And it is what you would expect, the visual on the Zoom call, where you see him from about the shoulders up, and you see the roof of the car, back window of the car behind him, everything. He's in the car. And I love the fact that when he's joining, he's like, oh, I'm about to pull into my doctor. You're like, wait a minute. It's just he's admitting to the crime.
He's so jovial.
Yeah.
And
he doesn't think anything's
good
wrong
in
with
spirit. Nothing. I'm just going to my doctor.
Yeah, and his face at the end after they issued the say, hey, the bench warrant will be issued. His face like, what just happened? Like he couldn't believe it because again, he didn't understand that when they said your driver's license privileges are suspended, it means no driving. Evidently, he did not understand that at all. Doesn't mean it's okay, but wow. I love the public defender trying to go, that is what he's here for. I mean, she tried to cover a little bit. And he's like, no. His license is suspended now. Because she tried to go, well, he's charged with that. No, it's suspended now. That's the issue as he's doing
told me that my engagement ring is the
same
one
that one we'll get into a second. I didn't press that button.
I didn't either. I don't know what that is.
Random audio play. And then the guy ends up having to go into court that day, 6 p.m. And this just like sigh that takes place at the end where you're like he has to report to the jail.
Yeah, he's got to be in jail. And it should be because come on. Come on. It's ridiculous.
All right, I want to talk to you about UltraCur. Look, as we get older, you need some type of supplements to keep you moving. When that movement stops, right? It's all about movement and keeping going in life. When that movement stops, that's when your health issues really compound. And there's plenty of curcumin products out there, but they'll make you pay for it. UltraCur believes so much in their product, and they believe it'll have such an impact in your life. They're willing to give you free for 3 days. You just got to go to any Denver Metro natural grocers and ask for the health coach or the vitamin manager for your free 3-day trial of UltraCur. UltraCur is a patented non-prescription natural capsule that works fast. It's fueled by patented technology to give you the true edge to support your peak wellness, energy, and active lifestyle. If you've tried everything without much success, even other natural curcumin products, you owe it to yourself to try UltraCur today. Get curious, Denver. Head to the natural grocers, grab your free 3-day UltraCur trial with no strings attached. If you're wondering about the research, get the lowdown at getultranow.com. That's getultranow.com. All right, a developing story that could be a real big one as it comes affects the mayor, affects the city council, affects police departments in Denver and the firefighters down there as well. This from Denver Channel 7. Politicians are putting campaign promises above established procedures at the expense of public safety, according to a new claim by the executive director of Denver's Civil Service Commission and some members of city council. Civil Service Commission head Nisi Murray alleged the standards for police and fire recruits have been lowered to meet quota established by the mayor's office. She and some council members say political pressure from the Johnston administration is causing the commission to cut corners, including ignoring red flags in applicant profiles. In one instance, the commission ignored a psych evaluation that showed a candidate as not recommended for a hire, according to city council members Sarah Paraday. Bill, this is going to send me to the moon here. All right. What we have done to police officers in the city of Denver, right? The whole defund the police movement. Yeah. And studies came out from CU showing that there's been more crime, particularly in black neighborhoods, because of this defund the police movement. Right? It hurt the people that it should be helping.
Yeah. And probably if we corrected for the demographic issues, it probably would say that it would increase in the poor areas. Probably where it would be.
Hispanic too.
Yeah.
But
just universally.
But the defund the police movement was geared towards this idea that police are racists and they're horrible people. We need to defund them because they attack black people. Then we vilify and demonize police officers. We essentially force them out of jobs. I've talked to many police officers that are like, I'm not working in downtown Denver anymore. They looked for other jobs. They went to South Dakota. I knew one cop that went to South Dakota because he's getting rid of the craziness here. So based upon politics, we harmed Denver police, went after them and attacked them. Then policing starts to suffer in the city of Denver. It's like logic just went out the window, and we're exactly where we would be if you allowed the left to follow their stupid little political road down the little windy road of politics. All right. You went after the police. You defunded the police. The good cops left. Good people don't want to be cops in the city of Denver right now. They're looking for other places. So what do you got to do to meet your quota? You lower the standards, including ignoring psych evaluations.
Yeah, and this is
give me a break.
The part that makes me mad about this personally is, as I come at it, I share your anger and frustration because the idea of defunding the police was probably one of the top 3 dumbest political slogans that has existed in the previous 150 years. And that brings into some of the slogans by people that were fans of the KKK. It was a phenomenally stupid statement to make because, as you accurately point out, it defies logic. It does not make any sense because the obvious result of that is exactly what you were seeing. So we shouldn't be surprised. My anger is directed at the solution. What I am really mad about is their solution is we have to lower the standards in order to fill the seats. BS. Raise the compensation. Make it
there
better.
You go. There you go. I'm with
the
you
solution.
On that.
That's the solution. That is the market-based, conservative-based solution.
Yes.
That's what you do. You can't fill the seats paying X for whatever the conditions are. You got to pay Y. And that's going to be higher. You have to give them better benefits. That's why we see school districts around Colorado competing for teachers based on exactly this, based on days off, based on para, based on pay. That's how you compete. Stop lowering the standards. If Douglas County had a problem getting teachers, they wouldn't start going, well, maybe
Bill,
if they start doing that, you got an issue.
They said the cops were bad.
Yep.
Cops are bad. So what they ended up doing was creating a system that brings in bad cops.
Yeah, that makes it more likely that those things you're mad about, those people that have those psychological flaws are more likely to be there and have the badge on than before. It's exactly what we saw. And the thing that worries me is the psych evaluation. That is incredibly important for this kind of a job as far as law enforcement. And to sit there and say, no, we're going to pass this guy. No, you're not. How do you explain that? And here's the question. Everyone always says, okay, you're going to have open heart surgery. Do you want the doctor that passed first in his class or the doctor that passed last in his class? Now, you're pulled over. It's a moving violation. It's nothing more than maybe speeding, or you made a wrong turn and went the wrong way down a one-way road. You've been pulled over. Do you want the cop that's pulling you over to be the guy that they ignored the psych evaluation and made the pass? Is that the law enforcement officer you want to show up at your front door during a domestic dispute, whatever caused that? Is that the guy? Really? That's the person you want to show up at the time in which you may be in your most vulnerable and most exposed? That's the guy? Come on. Seriously.
The Murray, who is in charge of hiring, says the mayor has made it clear he will not back off the staffing numbers he set in the campaign. Simultaneously, Academy staff have shared increasing frustration with the quality of recruits that show up for duty. If you show up with a pulse, you're in there.
That's awful.
If you show up with a pulse, you're in there.
Outside of, let's say, running the counter at McDonald's or at a movie theater, taking the tickets, where else is just pulse, the qualifier for employment? I can't figure out another place in
radio,
which pulse.
A morning radio host.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. In fact, brain damage helps a lot too. They check for that. They make sure if you actually do really well in the psych evaluation, it says, "Ooh, a little crazy." They go, "Hey, I think we found a guy."
7061. Colorado is the same problem with nurses. Teachers, they're definitely not paid enough.
Amen. Yep. Yeah, nursing.
I thought nurses are getting paid bank, especially if you're a traveling nurse right now.
Traveling nurses, yes. And I appreciate you bringing that up, because there is a poll right now with traveling nurses, because the traveling nurses, and just for edification, traveling nurses show up and they're basically, think of them as a temp service. You've got a nurse that is out for an extended period of time, whatever reason that is. Maybe it's vacation, maybe it's personal, maybe it's surgery, maybe they're going through something. That's it. You need to fill that role rather than trying to get a substitute nurse each and every day. You get a traveling nurse that is going to cover the shift, that has that experience. That's what they do. But in order to do that, because they don't have a home hospital, you have to pay them more. And there's a move right now saying, no, we have to pay the traveling nurses less than our current nurses because the current nurses feel bad. No. How about you raise the pay of the regular nurses? I mean, if that's the issue, if the issue is the pay, you don't sit here and say, well, obviously these people are mad over pay. Let's pay people less. What? Again, the solution. And that's part of the problem. And then there is a problem.
There's steam that comes out of Bill's ears when that happens.
It's so annoying, because it's just, this is a liberal solution. This is, we have to look at equity and make sure that everyone is going to be paid the same so that they feel better. And in order to do that, we will lower the wages. That's not going to make anybody feel better. Nobody. None of the nurses that are at that home hospital are going to go, oh, look, the traveling nurse got less money. Wow, I feel better about my job. I'm coming with a smile. No, come on.
Text message 5631. Removing immunity, qualified immunity protection was a big factor in cop shortages. I'll be honest, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Why would you be a cop? It's in this scenario. I get that they want to. They have personal motivation. They want to, make the world a better place and all that stuff. But if you've taken away qualified immunity, you have DAs that are funded by Soros, just itching for some race-based lawsuit. You're going to get personally sued. You're going to get drugged through the mud. You're going to ruin your personal life. Why would you go be a cop?
Well, here's the thing: is I understand the argument about qualified immunity. But I am not persuaded by it, only because of the history of qualified immunity. It was never universal. It didn't actually start popping up until civil rights, I think, is right around that era. And I ironically, inside of the case, it had to do with the KKK. And again, I don't know. Oh, God, it's been so long. I got to think if I can dig deep into my brain far enough to get to it. I don't know the exact facts, that all the details, but I believe that it was a group of black protesters, and they were arrested by the police because they were going to cause a problem. You know how black protesters tend to do in that era. That was the assumption.
Right.
And the protesters went in and tried to hold the police officers that arrested them responsible. It was a KKK or thing that was going on. And they said, wait, we weren't causing any problems. We were just using our free exercise of free speech and to self-assemble. And you violated our rights. And that's the first time we get a ruling on qualified immunity, saying that the police were doing this, regardless of the fact and the result, and regardless of the fact that they weren't doing a crime at the time, but the assumption was they were going to, and that's where it comes from. And there's a really weird application, because for years in this country, if a police officer came over and violated your constitutional rights, he could be held liable in civil court. You could do that for years, but now we don't. And I understand qualified immunity, but I also need to be convinced that whatever you are doing in the execution of your job allows you to violate that person's rights in that way.
I don't disagree with you. The ability to hold bad police, racist police, accountable people, police that go after your constitutional rights. But it seems like we're in this either or type of situation where, either they have total immunity to just be totally constitutional jerks and racist, people would go after you, or we're going to open you up for the guy you pop for a DUI being able to sue you in your personal capacity.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you say something like you scream some sort of, epithet at the officer, and then he says, "Shut up and get in the car." And he's like, "You violated my free speech rights." Absolutely. There will be a lawyer
and
that
now
will
you're
take
going
that
to
up.
buy me a car.
Exactly. Because of how litigious we are. You're absolutely right that it is unfortunately an either or.
Yeah.
There's no reasonable discussion that, yes, in order to weed out those bad apples, we should be able to hold some of them liable inside of civil court outside of the usual process to adjudicate officers that have gone too far. But because of the things and the ways that people would use it, I can see why it has to be there because of how litigious we are. It's sad. You're right. It is an either or, and neither solution is going to work. Neither one will.
You'll never believe what happened next. I'm going to give you, we've only gotten to the fact that this lady blew the whistle.
Yeah, she's saying, hey, they're missing the psych evaluations. Maybe they shouldn't be police officers. Do you think that's an issue? I mean, I just want to have a meeting about it. That's all she's asking. She's like, maybe we should be concerned about this. Maybe we should.
And then it gets even crazier. All right, I want to talk to you about advanced hair restoration. You know that the Jeff and Bill show was rated by Westward as the top talk radio show in Denver. Well, who was rated top hair restoration? Our friends at Advanced Hair. Thank you, Westward. Guys, for those of you with a full head of hair, congratulations. Studies show that one of the most attractive physical features is a full head of hair. Want to know the least attractive and most aging? Well, it's hair loss. No amount of car, house, or success can make up for that thinning or balding, as it leaves the greatest lasting physical impression. It doesn't have to be that way. Advanced Hair is the quick one-day solution to your hair loss. No more expensive pills or special shampoos, just your very own natural hair guaranteed to grow. And with Advanced Hair, your new hair can grow for life. Advanced Hair has improved tens of thousands of lives, including top radio personalities across the country. Did I mention your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day? For your free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR. And if you qualify, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Visit advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com. All right. So in 2019, the minimum score for Denver entry police officer was 70 on the entrance exam. Murray said it has now dropped to 67.14 in 2020, and city leaders now want it lowered, she said, to
460.
Yeah, 4.
A single digit.
Did you write your name on the paper?
Yeah, and if you got 70% on your own name, you're in. That's it.
Council people are speaking up on this. This is not the time to decrease our standards for who holds our community members' lives in their hands. Councilwoman at large Gonzalez Gutierrez said, Denver has demanded that only the best fill these roles, and we should not sacrifice the need nor safety for our communities and those who serve them simply to meet an arbitrary quota.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I have a heart. Maybe there is an example or two that I'm missing, but over the history of man, can you think of some instances in which we have decided that lowering the standards are going to make things better? I mean, I can't imagine that Henry Ford back in the day on the line was saying, "Oh yeah, I understand those bolts aren't going in exactly where we need them to. Rather than making sure they fit, let's lower our standards, gentlemen." I think Boeing, that's part of the reason we got it here. Let's lower the standards on how we attach those doors, and look what happens. I mean, seriously.
I saw Thomas Sowell talk about this one time, that it actually, when we got into college entrances and lowering the standards there, it actually made some of the minorities' lives worse, because what happened was people were, let's say competing at like a University of Michigan level, right? Like, great school.
Yep.
You're going to go and get a good degree there. Is it Harvard level? No.
Yeah.
And so what they did is they lowered the standards for like Harvard and Yale, and people that would have done just fine at Michigan went to Harvard and Yale and struggled.
Yep, absolutely.
And what happened was they didn't go to Michigan. They thought college just wasn't for them, period.
Yeah.
They withdrew from it.
Yeah, and that is awful. And absolutely that would, because it's the idea of playing with the freshman JV or varsity team.
Yes.
That they're players, and we've all seen them through high school, that are really good on the freshman level, but aren't going to be able to make it to varsity. Same thing with varsity or JV, not being able to make it to varsity. Same thing. And academic rigor is different based on universities across the country, which is what it should be. It should not be universal, because there should be things that are tailored for certain types of individuals and certain people. And you're absolutely right that by lowering the standards for entrance, you are letting people in that probably are going to struggle, and you are setting them up for failure.
Yes.
It is awful. And again, another example of lowering the standards isn't going to fix the problem.
Well, and look, Bill, if Harvard's just full of Asian kids, I don't care.
No, don't care. That's fine.
Train those high-functioning, hardworking Asian kids to be the very best surgeons, pilots, accountants that this country can provide.
Yes, that's why you and I agree on this as far as the idea of that meritocracy is that you prove that you can get in and worth it, fine. The idea of your religion, your skin color, any of that doesn't matter. Just, get the best people to do the job. Just like here in Denver, we want the best and brightest to be wearing that uniform and to put on that badge each and every day. We honor their commitment and their sacrifice. So why can't we have the standards? I can't believe that we're going to be a safer city by lowering standards for our city employees.
So when the Civil Service Commissioner, the head of hiring for Denver, raised red flags, guess what they did to her?
What?
Oh, we're going to tell you in a second. And a lot of us are struggling to keep up with everyday bills, food, gas, and even that power bill. If you own a home, I want you to call my friends at American Financing. Interest rates have dropped into the 5s, which is nearly a quarter of the average credit card rate. American Financing is saving their customers, listen to this, an average of $854 a month by tapping into their home's equity and wiping out high-interest credit card debt. $854 a month is like a $10,000 raise. Credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying balances from month to month. Call American Financing and take care of that today. And if you call today, you may not have to make next month's mortgage payment. American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net, NMLS 182334, NMLS, ConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.799% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms. You're listening to The Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710, KNUS.
You're not allowed to play this song, Bill, unless it's Friday.
I know.
Well, I feel like that's part of the rules.
It should be, but it's like, Friday I'm in love with The Cure. I did play this at the bar last night, though, over at Dry Dock last night. Played this one. It tied into a clue. It was one Zach Brown band, where they're from. It would give you the answer. Although
where are they from?
Yeah, Georgia.
Georgia?
Atlanta, Georgia. And I get a little nerdy.
Yeah,
I know.
You are.
Yeah, I am. Earlier this week at trivia, the answer is, what dish is often served at Wimbledon? What's kind of their signature dish?
Oh, Grey Poupon?
And strawberries and cream. So
I think I remember hearing that.
Yeah. So what did my weird brain do? I went way back because there are some songs that'll work, but you got to do this right. So went back into the 60s. I played Incense and Peppermint by Strawberry Alarm Clock. Yes. And then followed that with Sunshine of My Love by Cream. See, strawberries and cream.
Just goes into weird places.
It does. My favorite one recently, though, is the Empire Strikes Back. We're doing Star Wars trivia, and it was a question about which episode did Luke get his hand cut off on? It's Empire Strikes Back. Now, there's no real Empire song.
Is that
stuff
Star
like
Trek?
I
do that every time. Just to mess with you. Because you guys all take it so seriously.
It's very serious.
It's like, it's so offensive.
Yeah, it's awful. No, when we're doing that clue, there's no real Empire song. There's nothing you can do there. So I very proudly played Alanis Morissette's Hand in My Pocket, because that would work. Because I guess now Luke can keep it in his pocket. Because, he can take it off. He can put it in the dresser. He can do what he wants with it. So, yeah, I have a problem. I have a real big problem.
trying to stay up. Does your wife think this way too?
No, not at all.
No.
In fact, this is great. I would say at least once every 2 weeks, my wonderful wife takes a deep breath, looks at me and goes, hang on, you're a little much right now. And needs a break. So, yeah.
Shit, I'm going to use that when you and I are going into politics.
Exactly. You should.
Political debate.
Yeah,
all right. So the head of the Denver Civil Service raised alarm about the fact that the mayor has a quota for hiring, but rather than following standards, they're lowering standards for police and firefighters, basically to the point of, do you have a pulse?
Yeah.
Which is just great for the city of Denver, already dealing with the challenges. She was interviewed by Channel 7 yesterday. This is Niecy Murray.
If the mayor comes out with a statement and says he had nothing to do with this, do you buy that?
I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
How do you think Mayor Johnston and his team are going to react knowing you've done this interview?
I know it will not be favorable on my end.
How are you feeling about getting this out?
I believe that how I'm feeling today will probably be different than how I'm feeling a week from now. Today, if I'm being fully authentic and fully transparent, there's a piece of me that wonders if it was worth it. If it was worth putting myself out here. I'm pondering that today. If it was worth all that I know that's getting ready to come. I know they're getting ready to try to attack my personal character. I know they're getting ready to try to attack my professional reputation. I know that's coming. And so as I sit here in this chair right now, I do wonder if it's worth it. Ultimately, I know that it is, but today I'm conflicted.
Incredible. They terminated her.
It's ridiculous.
They terminated the head of the Denver Civil Service because she raised these alarms. This is from Channel 7. Niecy Murray, the executive director of Denver Civil Service, who earlier Tuesday claimed the city was lowering its higher standards, was dismissed by the commission's board of directors. The Civil Service Commission evaluates candidates for cities, police, and fire departments, among other things. She thinks this is political.
I would almost side with her that it is because they're making noise. And I like the idea that she's saying, yes, there's going to be retribution, and she's being honest about second guessing because she has put herself out there and what has happened. And I think she has accurately described that, in part of the interview, that they're more about filling the chairs than filling them with qualified candidates. This is more of a numbers game. Yep. They are less concerned about whether or not the individual can do the job They just want the people to show up. And anybody that has managed a team or put together any sort of a team inside of where you work knows that is an awful, awful, awful standard. You are setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah. And like,
but is it the point? Do you think that's the point? I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
no.
poking fun, but for the Democrats, you think that's the point? Is partially the failure is part of the point? It's like baked
with
in?
Democrats, yes.
Yeah.
And
Okay, fair.
and the
That's
reason
fair.
why, as Dennis Prager always says, if they thought through consequences, they'd be Republicans.
That's a good one.
And we laid this out. They attacked the police. They went defund the police. They removed qualified immunity. They brought them up on charges and got Soros-backed prosecutors to go after police. So you create a system where good cops are like, and I know them. They used to work at the Western Conservative Summit for us. They're now working in South Dakota. And they told me, I'm not sticking around here. Then you all of a sudden don't have enough cops. So rather than addressing your own complicity in creating this situation, you just lower the standards. And in doing so, you put bad cops into positions and bad firefighters. So they're creating all this, but then they fired her. And I absolutely believe you will see stories come out about her background, all this stuff. And she says, she even addresses this. This is Niecy Murray yesterday.
Yeah.
It cannot be from issues with past performance. There's never been a question in terms of my performance or my integrity or how I lead the agency. What I cannot tell you is ultimately what led them to make the decision, other than me taking the stand and speaking out and upsetting an establishment. If I'm sure they'll find something. I'm sure she wrote something. I'm sure she said something. But I appreciate the fact she stood up on this stuff.
And what she needs to focus on, and that you need to focus on when you're hearing these stories come out about her, and I'm certain they will, focus on the timeline. Was this an issue before or after she blew the whistle? I submit that it's going to become an issue after. They're only going to be concerned about job performance and things that she did in the past after. There wasn't a concern before. I'm just guessing. This is complete and total supposition. But
You're
I think that's what's going to
exactly
happen.
right. Want to talk to you about a good guy. Speaking of good people with great job performance, Dan Caplis and Dan Caplis Law. Dan suggested you should choose a lawyer who shares your values, because who you choose to represent you in an injury case says a lot about you to everyone involved in the case. Dan is pro-life. He's pro-family. He's pro-America. He's also the son of a police officer and a former seminarian. Dan has dedicated the last 40 years of his life to helping people who are hurt in serious motor vehicle crashes. Not only is Dan with us on the values, this guy is an aggressive tack dog, a titan of the legal industry that will defend you the right way. He's believed to be the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Dan is also believed to have won the largest truck crash verdict in Colorado history. Dan Caplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Caplis Law, a serious firm for serious cases. Dan accepts righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis so that he can represent good people from all walks of life without regard to ability to pay. If you need Dan's help, give him a call, 303-770-5551, or hit dancapluslaw.com. That's 303-770-5551, dancapluslaw.com, Dan, C-A-P-L-I-S law.com. What do you think of these standards falling for police in Denver and for firefighters in Denver? Is this just the continued decline of the city led by leftists who could embrace a meritocracy, but are so caught up into political ideology that they're continuing to ruin the city? Or is there something else afoot? Give us a call, 303-696-1971. That's 303-696-1971, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
Welcome back to the Jeff and Bill Show. Bill, what was that caller?
Yeah, we had a Helen call and she couldn't stay on the line, but she had a wonderful comment about, hey, why are we electing these representatives anyway? Regardless of your political affiliation, aren't they supposed to come and find solutions? And her argument was lowering the standards isn't a solution to the problems we're facing. Does it put seats in butts? Yes. But does it solve the problem those people are supposed to be actually working on? No, it can't. She very accurately said, this is not a solution. This is just going to create more problems. And I appreciate you, Helen. Sorry you couldn't hang on.
Text message here from 2600. The leftists don't want good people in law enforcement. They want their jackbooted Antifa thugs to do their dirty work. So, yeah, maybe this is all part of a bigger scheme.
Maybe that's part of the lower
Mike
standards.
Johnston.
Maybe instead of taking the written test and stuff, it's like, here's the jackboot. Can you bust through the door? And if you can get it in under 3 tries, you're on the force. Let's go.
Do you support Antifa? One question, yes or no? Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome to the force.
It'd be like a police lineup. Can you circle the one that is wearing the Antifa garb? And if you get it right, on the force.
All right. When we come back, it is happening.
We're getting a puppy? Oh, I was wanting a new puppy.
We've got lots of them out at our place, but
I know, and you never bring one in for me.
gas prices are going to rise, and there's not much we can do anymore about it. Thank you, Jared Polis. We'll give you the news. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
Sound like an ad for Coors Light right there. Good morning, Denver. You've tuned into the Jeff and Bill show on 710 KNUS. I'm your co-host, Jeff Hunt, along with Bill Thorpe, bringing you the freshest insights and hottest takes from the right, left, center, crazy, Mike Johnston, Andrew Tate. It's a beautiful day in the greatest country in history, and we're gearing up for a whole nother hour of engaging discussions, critical analysis, and most importantly, your calls and texts, because this is where Denver's voice is heard loud and clear. So grab your coffee, Denver. Let's dive into the issues that matter most to you right here, right now. Coming up just after the news, and I want Blake to stick around, I'm going to play audio from what I think is probably the dumbest man in the world. So, Blake, stick around. Let's check in on the Blake Olson News. Good morning, Blake.
All right. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Jeff. 66 and sunny in Denver, expecting highs in the upper 70s this afternoon. The 710 5-day forecast is coming up. Our top story.
Well, it's a shame that it has to take place. This is, again, third world country stuff, whether it's borders or whether it says they've weaponized the Department of Justice. They've weaponized the FBI. They raided my house. They find nothing. Look how well I'm doing. And the people understand it. And it all comes out of the White House.
President Biden. Deliberations underway in former President Trump's campaign destruction trial. Judge Mersham reading to the jury some of the witness testimony from Michael Cohen. The judge is also going over his instructions again after the jury asked some questions while deliberating on Wednesday. Law professor Jonathan Turley on Fox News Channel last night.
Not that I haven't seen anything like this. I haven't even read about anything like this. What I saw in that courtroom was really otherworldly. And, you know, I really attempted to give the judge the benefit of doubt on many occasions. But what I saw today was, frankly, outrageous.
It's possible Trump could face prison time if he's found guilty.
Largest not Democratic at all. That was a typo.
Expecting another inspiring speech from Vice President Harris today at the Air Force Academy's graduation. Never thought I'd say this. Could be worse. Colonel Bree Fram could be the speaker.
No, you're not speaking for an hour. You've got 25 minutes. I'm like, oh, crap. Maybe we're going to have to cut down some of that. So I have a little more time tomorrow morning. So if you really want the history of inclusion across all groups in the military, come back tomorrow morning for the first 10 minutes and then run away.
How about new?
Think about that while you're listening to that speech in Colorado Springs. I had to do it. It's just too good. That's De Niro, by the way, in the background, Raging Bull. And I knew
oh my goodness. Could you
I thought he was just reading the transcripts from the Trump trial. Sorry. I'm glad you clarified that. I appreciate that.
All these great commencement speakers and Kamalas.
Yes. Okay, I'll continue here. Israel says they expect the war in Gaza to last another 7 months. Israel's national security advisor made the claim Wednesday on public radio. Sheridan police investigating a homicide early this morning in a neighborhood near Marston Lake on West Dill Road. A woman was found dead from an apparent gunshot wound. No information has been released on her. Wednesday, Commerce City police said that a man survived a shooting thanks to a silver chain necklace that stopped a bullet and left him with only a puncture wound. In Weld County, one person confirmed dead and another injured after that severe storm in Greeley 2 nights ago. Nearly 200,000 people are still without power in Texas after severe storms pummeled their state this week. Longmont police investigating after card skimmers were found installed in self-checkout terminals at local stores over the weekend. Police say the skimmers were placed over legitimate keypads and card swipe devices, and some people's personal accounts were compromised.
And now I got to step in here just for a second.
Yes.
Make sure if you are out there, anytime you are swiping your card, again, taps a little bit different, but anytime you are swiping the card, I don't care where it is, grab a hold of the top of the machine and try to lift it up. Also, if it has an entry point where you're supposed to put it, and it's sort of a bracket, grab the bracket and try to wiggle it. That's how you will find the skimmers. That's the way to discover them. Never, even if it's in a store you've been in 100 times before, never skim that card until you grab that reader and try to pull up the top. You'll find them. But yeah, make sure you do it.
Great advice. I was burned about 10 years ago on those things. Oh, it's horrible.
It's awful.
Man, it ticks you off. All right. You can contact Longmont Police if you have any information on that. Good luck to Didi Muthakumar tonight in the National Spelling Bee. And also plans for a new $175 million Broncos training facility in Englewood are moving forward. It's going to be pretty incredible. Rocky scored 6 runs in the second and cruised to a 7-4 victory over the Guardians at Coors. Ridiculous name for Cleveland's team, by the way. Rockies at the LA Dodgers tomorrow. The Mavs try to finish off the T-Wolves tonight in Game 5 in Minneapolis. 6:30 tip-off. 63 in Littleton, 61 in Boulder, and 66 in Denver. Jeff and Bill continue. Blake Olson, News Talk 710 KNUS.
Your 710 5-day forecast, partly cloudy skies, quite warm today, reaching a low to mid-80s with afternoon showers and thunderstorms, a good bet. Some thunderstorms may be strong. Watch out for that, especially out on the plains. Lows tonight, 50s with thunderstorms ending. Mid to upper 70s Thursday, afternoon and evening thunderstorms. 70s for Friday and Saturday with afternoon and evening thunderstorms. Less storm activity on Sunday. I'm meteorologist Don Day in the 710 KNUS Weather Center.
This is a perfect lead-in song for what could only be described as the dumbest man in the world.
So that's why you wanted my home videos. Is this segment here?
Dude, there's nothing you could do dumber than this guy.
I don't think you know me well enough. But let's see the standard.
Here's a woman talking about her husband.
My husband just told me that my engagement ring is the same one that he bought for his ex-fiance. And I don't even know what to do right now. I came home and I was talking about how much I love this ring. Now, I do. It's beautiful. I love it so much. And he was like, oh yeah, Erica loved it too. And I was like, Erica, the other girl you're going to marry? Like, you guys were engaged for a whole year? And he goes, yeah, it's the same ring that I gave to her. What? Like, I don't even know how to feel right now. He didn't even pick it out for me. He had it. He went with her to go pick it out, had it custom made for her. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I love it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But it's not my ring. I mean, and it's not the one that I was going to pick out. There's one that I wanted.
I'm not blaming the guy for sharing the ring.
He's resourceful.
You never ever tell the woman, though.
Right.
That's true.
Why would you tell her?
Man.
You know what? Those two, the husband and wife, they could make so much money right now. That could be the greatest commercial online for the Shane Company.
It could. That
right?
is brilliant.
And,
that is really smart.
And say, look, honey, I messed up. I'm so honest. I am the most honest person. I told you, but look, we could make a whole lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah. It could be the tagline. The tagline could be when you are really, really, really sorry.
Right.
Shane Company.
Absolutely.
Diamonds. How to say sorry properly.
I mean, Blake, do you think she's overreacting?
Yes.
Why? Now, why is she overreacting?
She likes the ring. I mean, she said she likes it. I understand. He shouldn't have said, he shouldn't have brought up the ex, but at the same time, it's a really, really nice ring.
Now, would you, in the same situation, Blake, would you recycle the ring? Let's just pretend that there is someone. This is young Blake. You've got all the tight skin, you've got the high metabolism. All the ladies are beating a path to Blake's door. Now, now there's someone that had captured your heart. But
this is a fantasy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All we need is tattoo running around. So there's a young woman that has captured your heart, and she has then left. Something has happened, something horrible, something whatever it is, and you find love anew. You couldn't absolutely believe that anybody would mean this much to you. And you finally want to pop the question, do you reuse the same ring? Do you do it?
Heck yeah. I just don't tell her.
Oh, wow. That's smart not to tell her. I don't think I could.
I mean, a ring is a ring is a ring.
Yeah.
That's the way men look at it. But
totally. Unless it's a Super Bowl ring, then it's something different. But other than that,
it doesn't say happy house, happy spouse for a reason.
Exactly.
That's exactly right.
I can't believe he told her.
That's the biggest mistake. Wow. That's where it wasn't the recycling of the ring. It was telling her.
See,
well, he's a young guy. He was probably just running his mouth, and
Erica liked it.
We're all knuckleheads.
Oh yeah, completely.
I mean, especially if we're in our 20s or 30s.
Oh, phenomenally stupid.
How old was the guy? How old do you think the guy?
My guess is early 30s.
Or was it De Niro?
30s. Yeah, or was it De Niro? Yeah. But then that's when you date someone in the early 30s and you're De Niro.
Right.
That's how that works.
That's what I was going to say. Wait a minute. It could have been De Niro. Was she 28?
And the thing that you hear in the emotion, and she gets about halfway through it, and then you're like, she basically puts a pin on it, and she says, "It's not my ring. He did not pick it out for me." That's the mistake. That is the core problem here, because it doesn't belong to her, because it's not a reflection on where their relationship is. It's a reflection on the previous relationship, and she's asked to carry that forward. The other danger though would be, let's say, I don't know, maybe they have some same friends. Maybe the dude has got some guys that were there for the first girl and they're still hanging around. They're bros. They've been around for a while. One of his friends is going to spill it. Even if he didn't say the thing about the fiance ring, one of his dumb drunk friends is going to go, Erica like that too. Yeah. And then you're in even more trouble. You didn't tell me this is a ring. Blah, 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 blah. And then, now you're not just sleeping on the couch. You are in the backyard with a tent.
Ooh,
yeah.
5311 text in. Well, I'll take the ring, get it appraised, and then I'll do a little upgrade.
See, that's what I was thinking with it. I was like, it's a custom ring. Go get it. Use the money.
What would you do, Jeff?
The only way you can get away with the same ring going between two different women is if it was an heirloom ring.
Yep.
It's the only way you can do it. Now, he was an idiot to spill his mouth, but the way you come back from it, like Blake just said, was I was young and dumb. Let's get what you want. That saves the relationship. There's forgiveness on all sides, and you move forward. And it was a funny story one time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he'll be on his knees twice insteed of once.
Yes, he will. 2 proposals. 2
2
proposals. Yeah, very
apology after, man.
Oh, I know.
That's a tough one.
It is really, and I appreciate, Blake, what you're saying about it. It is, looking back after where we are in our lives, it is remarkable that, as stupid as we are in our 20s, that we all grow up to have kids. I mean, the remarkable stupid things we did is like, we actually lived through this. This is remarkable. This is incredible.
Same text messenger 5311. My first husband bought me a beautiful one and a 0.5 carat diamond ring later. Web bands around that had diamonds in it. Then we got divorced. I kept it because we were married for 30 years. The second time I got married, I didn't want the same ring, and I wanted to keep my precious ring. So I took it, upgraded it, and spent 35. My husband never said a word.
Oh, that's nice. That's not what I've had experiences in the past where I took a family ring and melted it down and use that to make the new ring and do that custom.
Really?
And that's been kind of nice. That's been a really nice thing because it's like, no, you're still, you can use the raw materials, but you can create something new. And as long as you present it properly, it is like washing it clean. No, this is no longer the ex-fiance's ring. We melted that down just like the old relationship melted down, and we are going to build something anew. See, this is the marketing that you should have told us.
Don't you think it's kind of narcissistic, though, of her to go online and start crying about
Here's the thing, though. Okay. Hang on. Blake, hold on. Okay. I've just muted it. No, just both of us. Only you and I can talk. Nobody else is hearing us right now. We've turned off everything else. Okay, so shh. Have you seen the women and how they behave around the jewelry? That's kind of a thing. They want to throw it out there. They want to brag about it. Part of your value as the male in the relationship is the quality of the sparkly things that you provide. So, okay, this is just between you and I. Don't share with anybody else. Okay.
Yeah, don't tell anybody.
Okay, we're back on the air rail. Okay, sorry about that. Luckily, there's a technical problem there. I apologize that you couldn't hear us. I'm sorry. I think I fixed it. Okay.
Blake, I appreciate the extra time, brother.
You,
Thanks so much. Hey, if you're looking for a great night out, how about a night at Casino Royale? It's this Friday night, tomorrow night at Mile High Station to benefit Second Chance Center. Second Chance offers care management, mentoring, and vital resources to assist formerly incarcerated individuals in reestablishing their lives and becoming successful members of the community. We are proud to announce that News Talk 710's own John Corbliss will be honored at the event. For complete details about a night at Casino Royale benefiting the Second Chance Center, go to scccolorado.org, as in Second Chance Center, scccolorado.org. Man, John's a great guy. So glad he's part of the 710 KNUS family. And it is awesome that he's going to be honored tomorrow night about that.
Yeah, and he found out as a surprise that the group was asking him, hey, you're going to be in attendance, etc. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to be going. I'm like, great. We're really happy that you're going to be there because, and he walked in the next day and was just floating. It's really nice because it is a reward for his hard work. He's a great guy. So yeah, support him if you can.
Text message 5637. I agree with Blake, but trade the ring in, buy a cubic zirconian, then buy guns with leftover cash. The bread man.
Bread man. Only if the potential cohort, the partner that you have, isn't smart enough to go to the jewelry shop and have them test it, because they've got a little pen you put on top of it and it makes a sound if it's a diamond and makes no sound if it's not. And I do know some people that have had theirs tested and were a little angry when they found out it wasn't exactly what they were told.
Well, in this case, he's got guns to defend himself.
That's fair enough. But if she knows where they are, ooh, I'm talking ambush. We're talking ambush here, my friend.
Hey, look, we all want a kinder, gentler way to experience wellness and overcome pain. I'm thriving and fighting back my workout soreness. We get up every morning at 4 a.m. Boys join me to work out. And UltraCur is helping me. It's a patented non-prescription natural capsule that works fast. Look, there's plenty of curcumin products out there that make you pay for it to try it out. UltraCur believes so much in their product, they'll give it away for free. Go to any Denver Metro Natural Grocers and ask for the health coach or the vitamin manager for your free 3-day trial of UltraCur. It's fueled by patented technology to give you the true edge to support your peak wellness, energy, and active lifestyle. UltraCur gives you unique control over your daily wellness. It's gentle on your stomach, and it's a natural antioxidant. Get curious, Denver. Head to the Natural Grocers. Grab your free 3-day trial of UltraCur. No strings attached. If you're wondering about the research, get the lowdown at getultranow.com. That's getultranow.com. All right, this story we covered a few weeks ago about the EPA possibly punishing us here in Colorado and forcing gas prices to go up. The governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, had sent a letter asking them to delay this punishment from the EPA. Too late. So sad.
Oof.
June 1st, all of our gas prices are going up. Remember when we got the call from that guy who said it's not just going to happen? They're trying to say this is happening just in 8 counties along the Denver metro area.
Yeah.
Nope. It's going to go up everywhere because we don't have enough refineries to produce 2 separate types of gas.
Yeah. And he was very accurate in saying, think about this logically. When you have Suncor or whatever refinery, are they going to, when they are pumping out the gas, go, we need to do this for this county and put that gas aside over here. Oh, this county has other standards. We're going to have to do this here. No, they are going to hit the tightest standard and then produce all of it at that standard. So even if you were outside of this county area in which you're supposed to be getting the funny gas, you're getting the funny gas. Yeah. Smile, enjoy, and chuckle. It's going to happen to you. And it's going to cost you more, like 50 cents more, possibly a gallon. 50 cents more.
Could be up over $4.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. So what happened? Well, the EPA has these standards and they have these little machines that they put in cities. Yeah. And if your city doesn't meet the standards, you get penalized and you have to put in the special EPA gas, which is going to take place during the summertime. So this won't be forever, but starting June 1st, all the way essentially to September 1st, gas prices are going up. Now, there's a few things to note about this, okay? First of all, 60% of the emissions in Colorado don't come from us. If you're new to Colorado, we have a very unique weather system and it's basically the same weather system as to why it rains at 3:30 every afternoon in Colorado, especially during the summer times, is that things get trapped over the Rockies and sit here. So it could be smoke coming from fires in Canada. It could be stuff coming from California, Mexico. It goes up into the atmosphere. And then for whatever reason, it likes to just hang out in Denver. So 60% of the emissions have nothing to do with anything we're doing.
Yeah.
And we're going to get penalized for it.
And you'd think all of the hot air coming out of the legislature would help move some of the stuff out of here. You'd think that would help, but this is the funny part. Is thank you. What I love is this is a really nice dichotomy to what we were talking about last hour. How we have the head of the Denver Civil Service Commission being fired because she's saying, "Hey, we're lowering the standards. We're lowering the standards. This is not okay. We need us to keep the high standards." And in that instance, you fire the person. Same liberals in charge of our city are going to the government going, "Oh, wait, lower the standards, lower the standards. See, this is mean. You can't be holding us to these things." It's the same thing. They're looking for these excuses for not meeting the standards. Now, you're right about the problems that we have, but is the solution necessarily going to be this funny gas? No. And the funny gas causes problems if your engine needs higher octane. It is a significant problem in superchargers, turbochargers. It's a problem with carburetors, and don't even let me start it on injectors. It can really, really gum up the injectors on fine automobile engines because of the composition inside of it. And you also are going to get less oomph. For every gallon that you put into your car, it is going to be less efficient. Yes, it's going to put out fewer fumes and less emissions, but the power of it getting you where you need to go, that is significantly lowered as well because of how they have to dilute the mixture. So this is a lose, lose, lose all the way around. You're going to pay more for gas that does crappy things to your engine, and you're not going to get as good a mileage. Winning. Yay.
I'm just going to let that sit there because I think everybody driving right now or listening to the show on the podcast are just going, another thing. Yeah, it's another thing. Prices are up at the grocery market. Inflation, costs of everything and now
everything.
Now it's this. And look, here's the history because Polis is going to try to make it look like he's angry this happened.
Yes. He's so angry. Notice angry face.
When this has been a consistent problem in Colorado for years. And the EPA has been saying, Colorado, you have a problem. You have a problem. We're going to punish you. We're going to punish you. We're going to punish you. And when Hickenlooper was governor, he was able to delay it.
Yeah.
He kept sending letters. Look, 60% of this is not our fault. Don't penalize us. Don't harm our cars like you just mentioned.
Yep.
Don't make life on everybody more difficult in our state. And they were able to delay. Well, Jared Polis comes in as governor and he goes, now is the time to raise the standards and improve the air quality in Colorado. So he withdrew the request for this thing to be delayed. Then the business community started to knock on his door, and he came to terms with the reality of what this is going to do. You may see gas over $4 a gallon in Colorado this summer as a result of it. So he scrambled, tried to resubmit the letter to get the EPA to delay this, and EPA went, meh.
They said, we have standards as far as how these things have to be set in. It's ridiculous. And again, this shows what I would say is the politicking and the grandstanding behind this position. I can bend towards the idea that, yes, we do need to do something about Denver air quality. I have older members of my family. I understand. I have seen Denver's brown cloud. I understand the issues that we have and how it does impact our health. However, the solution seems incredibly misguided at times as far as the execution. But this was political grandstanding because at the time, Polis could make a statement that sounds good because we're only talking about it on the surface. I'm going to make sure that we have better air. Who in Denver is going to go, that sounds like a bad idea. I'm all for the bad air. Who's the bad air coalition? However, it is the economic consequences that follow from that. And as much as we make fun of John Hickenlooper, he was accurate about this and understood it, where I don't think Polis did. And he's demonstrated that he didn't, because this is coming out to be a political move that has tragic economic consequences. But at the time he made the decision, the consequences weren't the point. The point was the politics.
And so to that exact point, John Caldera's got a great column out. Looming gas price hike entirely Jared Polis's doing.
Yep, absolutely. He's right. Yeah, you can hear Caldera on the weekends here going off on Polis as well. And
he'll be on
he's absolutely
Saturday.
Right. Yeah, he's absolutely right that it is Polis's fault because Polis didn't file the paperwork in time, and he should have understood what was going on. And I think that while Polis does have some business experience, I think that Hickenlooper's brewery experience made him a little more sensitive to the idea of what it means when gas prices rise for transportation costs, because that would impact your ability to not only import the beer that you need from outside, but also to get your beer to other places. And so I have a feeling that he was at least a little more sensitive to those base impacts than Polis, just based on how Polis built his business. That would be less important to his business experience. And so
I
he's
think
blind
that's
to
exactly right. Hey, is your student ready to live out their faith and prepare for their future career? For over 100 years, Colorado Christian University has been educating the next generation of Christian leaders in a distinctly Christ-centered community. CCU is the premier interdenominational Christian university in the Rocky Mountain region. They offer a world-class education, ranking in the top 2% of all colleges nationwide for their rigorous academics. Students can choose from over 100 undergraduate programs ranging from psychology, entrepreneurship, theology, and engineering to their nationally acclaimed nursing and education programs. CCU cultivates real faith that equips students for all areas of life. Their small campus and Christ-centered community set CCU apart. At CCU, students are known by name, not by number. Professors are mentors, developing students spiritually and professionally. No matter what degree path they choose, your student will graduate from Colorado Christian ready to impact the world with grace and truth. To learn more and apply, go to ccu.edu/apply. That's ccu.edu/apply. So John Caldera rightly points this out, that when Jared Polis was the new governor, and they requested that the EPA just remove the delay, right? And he touted it.
Yeah.
We helped get the EPA to downgrade Colorado because of ozone levels.
Yeah.
The EPA downgrade is good news. He said that.
No, it's not.
He said it was good news.
Yes, because downgrading is always good news. That's universal.
Then he went to the Gazette editorial board and said, the EPA is awful, just awful, 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 awful. We're fighting them on many fronts, but particularly now, I say this with several exclamation points, on this insane requirement for the reformulated gas.
Wait, you mean the insane requirements that he acquiesced to? What? Again, he's playing politics with it. This is ridiculous.
EPA, from the EPA downgrade to new is good news to awful, awful, awful. We're fighting them on many.
maybe Polis could just, when you go to sporting events, sometimes they've got those, or graduations, they've got the small handheld fans. Maybe he could just buy millions of those and send them out to Colorado taxpayers. And when we're outside, we can just hold our fan up and go, they were doing my part, I'm moving the air, making sure we can. I just seriously, it's a problem that he caused. And now he is blaming the government bureaucracy that he wanted to work. He's mad about the process that he advocated for and celebrated. And now he's like, wait, you mean there's actually consequences to my decisions? I'm shocked. I'm so surprised.
Good people that are actually improving the environment.
Oh,
Colorado Farm Bureau.
Oh, absolutely.
They are wonderful, and they're working hard because that in this state, water is gold in this state. There's that old saying that whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting because of how valuable water is. They're working and doing their part to bring together the ag community and policymakers to improve water resources in the state. People of Colorado agriculture continue improving the efficiency of their irrigation systems and adopting farming practices that help crops use less water to grow. They're planting drought-resistant varieties, and they're leading talks with state policymakers about how to preserve water supplies when we have good years like this last one. My friends at the Colorado Farm Bureau are leaders in water conservation and water policy. They understand how to balance water for crops and water for families, and they're doing more with less. You can do your part. I recommend you join and become a member today. Go to coloradofarmbureau.com. That's coloradofarmbureau.com to join them today. Lots of text messages. 5442. Too bad the people that voted for Polis don't listen to this station. Some do.
Yeah.
We're winning them over.
Yeah, we're getting there.
We're getting
there.
If Polis was really concerned about air, he'd put severe restrictions on the legislators.
Oh, yes, he would.
Yep, we pointed this out. 8828. 67% of Denver's ozone comes from out of the state. That's exactly right.
Absolutely. And it's weird that I love the fact that Texter knows that and that Jeff knows that. And now you know this because you're listening to this show. But how everybody else in charge does not seem to understand that. I mean, come on. You think we're going to fix the problem when that is part of the problem? You're not going to fix it with a funny gas. Can't be fixed. Won't be fixed. But we'll feel good about it. But
I do think that there's this element in the far left that doesn't want people driving cars at all. I saw that Longmont, we'll get into this maybe tomorrow. I saw it this morning, but Longmont got rid of the car requirements on their apartment builds up there. So I think there's people that are probably at the EPA that are like,
I think you're right.
Get them, force them to ride RTD buses.
I think you're right because I believe, and it's not a large segment, but I believe there is a segment that says, well, I know that I'm right, and because of that, I'm going to make you follow these rules. And I believe in this so strongly that I'm going to make it impossible for you to make a different choice. I think you're absolutely right that there are liberals out there that would celebrate if we could ban the internal combustion engine today.
Yeah. Guys, are you tired of living with constant back pain, knee pain, elbow pain, robbing you of the joy in your life? You're not alone. This happens to us as we get older, and it affects millions, impacting the quality of our lives. But there's hope. My friends at QC Kinetics Denver offer regenerative medical treatments. What does this mean? It's a service that gets your body to heal itself. And they're non-surgical, drug-free solutions. As we age, those joint pains become common, from muscle strains to herniated discs. Symptoms like muscle aches and shooting pain can worsen with movement. But why risk surgery when there's a safer option? With no downtime and a free consultation, QC Kinetics often provides same-day treatment. Visit my friends at QC Kinetics and revolutionize your approach to lower back pain. Give them a call today, 303-900-8986, or visit painfreecolorado.com to schedule your free consultation today. That's 303-900-8986 or painfreecolorado.com. Be sure to tell them Jeff Hunt sent you. We'll get to Steve next. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
Welcome back to the Jeff and Bill show. It's coming and there's nothing you can do about it. Gas prices are going up in Colorado, probably all over the state due to this new EPA regulation as they seek to punish us for our region's emissions. Price is going to be probably close to $4, maybe even over $4 a gallon. This is going to go from June 1st to September 1st. And this is a lot to do with Jared Polis and him originally liking this, realizing what this is going to do to Coloradans, and now trying to scramble and deal with it. Let's go to the phone lines. Let's start with Steve in Denver. Steve, you're on the Jeff and Bill show, News Talk 710 KNUS.
Morning.
Well, good morning, folks. Just a couple of lighthearted comments here. I'm a devoted listener, Democrat, lawyer, all those things. And Billy's not appointed me, but I'm his agent.
Oh, thank you.
And I think you guys ought to put in there that Marvelette song, Don't Mess with Bill, that Motown sound.
Oh, that'd be fun. That's a great idea.
Huh? Put that in there, and that's a heck of a song.
Yeah, it is.
And Jeff, I want to point out the secret to your success here. I'll listen to you and just disagree with everything you say. I do share your faith, but I'll think, this is the craziest thing I've ever heard of. But you've got that Reagan thing. You know what I'm saying? You're just so charming.
Yes.
You and to an extent, Blake. I mean, don't you see that, Billy? How they push pedal that stuff?
Oh, absolutely. And the thing
It's
is,
kind of the Ronald Reagan thing. You say, well, you're out of your mind, but he's such a nice guy.
Oh, absolutely. That's
when
they came to us, Steve, and they approached us separately. One of the things that made it attractive for me, because I will be open and honest, I never had any interest of getting back behind the microphone doing talk. I was perfectly happy doing the music side of things. But the idea of having a conversation daily with someone that I admire as much as Jeff was incredibly appealing. Because again, you're right. He is like that Reagan character. We can disagree on things, but man, is he a good dude? I mean, he is just such a good dude. I mean, yeah.
That's what you say when you lose the debate all the time to the guy that you beat. Well, at least he's nice.
Bill, you got to watch. You got to keep an eye on him, though, because they're very seductive.
I know. Yeah, I keep finding him. He keeps putting like voter registration cards around here. He wants me to change to a Republican from being an unaffiliated.
We'll get you there. We'll get you there.
I told
Steve,
you that's what he's doing.
That's the end game. Steve, I really appreciate the call. That meant a lot to me. More than you even know, Steve. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the call. Guys, for those of you with a full head of hair, congratulations. Studies show that one of the most attractive physical features is a full head of hair. Want to know the least attractive and most aging? It's hair loss. No amount of car, house, or success can make up for that thinning or balding, as it leaves the greatest lasting physical impression. It doesn't have to be that way. Advanced Hair is the quick one-day solution to your hair loss. No more expensive pills or special shampoos, just your very own natural hair guaranteed to grow. And with Advanced Hair, your new hair can grow for life. Advanced Hair has improved tens of thousands of lives, including top radio personalities across the country. Did I mention your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day? For your free consultation, give them a call today, 720-459-HAIR. And if you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com. All right, let's go to John. You're on the Jeff and Bill show, News Talk 710 KNUS. Good morning, John.
Miles of smiles on your radio dial. Thanks so much for having me on. I was listening in, the husband and I, we just got back from Torremolinos, Spain. I'm not saying that we were able to afford it because we both have EVs. What I would like to say, though, is I do know that no one's going to hear us complain about gas prices. Your kids do. Andrew Tate doesn't complain about gas prices. When you talked about this woman with her ring, the advice was lie to women, don't tell her, and then if you do, monetize it. Get her to make a video.
Yeah, I mean, I think the critique being that, man, if that happens and didn't happen in my life or somebody else's life, but I think the big error was not necessarily using another person's ring, but just telling the person about it.
Yeah, and I think the error is using the ring. I think the
bigger thing that you should be ashamed of for your son's sakes is that they don't go to the library and look up who Iceberg Slim is. they could learn pimping from an actual OG.
That's true.
And they wouldn't have to pay for a course.
I don't even know who that
That's
is.
what should be insulting.
Iceberg Liming?
Slim.
Slim? I don't know who that is.
Slim. Well, because you probably aren't familiar with literature. But take a look
Jeff is.
who
Jeff's a
Slim is.
bibliophile. Jeff is a bibliophile. Yeah. No, you are. You go after books.
This is the same information that this Andrew Tate has monetized by selling it to your kids.
Huh.
None of what he says is new.
No, it isn't.
It is the oldest profession.
Now, why do you think it has lure and appeal to that younger generation right now? Why do you think they're open to Tate's message, in your opinion?
Because they look around and what do they hear? They hear people who have giant trucks complaining about gas prices. That's weak. You bought the truck, pay for the gas. If it was something that you could have afforded, you wouldn't be talking like this.
Now, John,
so that was your choice.
We have
your kids see that, and they see it over and over again. Gee, they complain. Gee, they don't like their life.
John, I got a question for you.
He doesn't.
John, I got a question for you. We had a good text message come in from 1112. 50 cents a gallon added to gas. Everything's going to go up in price. Trucks, mail delivery, cars, lawnmowers, tractors, you name it. Everything needs gas, and now it's all going to get more expensive. What's your response to that?
Then I guess you got to hustle harder.
All right. There you go. All right, John. Appreciate the call. Thanks so much.
Yeah. And then on my side, I did say it was a bad idea for the guy to reuse the ring. Like, no, don't do that. Because it wasn't necessarily a lie. What it was is
I don't think it was a lie.
Well,
I think that was a little bit of an extrapolation.
Yeah, but you had to, absolutely extrapolation. But you had to depend on your buddies who also knew it was the used ring to not spill it. And I do not trust them. Exactly. There's no way you trust them. There's no way. You know them. You've partied with them. You don't trust them. No.
All right. Speaking of expensive, everything is still really expensive. And by the time you pay all the monthly bills, now with gas prices going up, there's not much left. And you end up swiping your credit card, trapping you in high interest credit card debt. If you're a homeowner, American Financing can help you. Interest rates have dropped into the 5s. You heard that right, into the 5s, much lower than your credit card interest rate. American Financing is saving customers an average of $854 a month by using the cash in their home to pay off high interest debt. That's $10,000 a year, guys. Make the free 10-minute call to see how much you can save. They never charge any upfront fees. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing. That's 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000 or AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.799% for well-qualified borrowers. Give them a call, 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms. Someone texted me that gas prices up in California are over $6 a gallon.
Yeah, because they stack and stack and stack all sorts of taxes on them. I want to say that usually it's $1.50 plus is just the taxes on top of the gas in California. And I think that goes back to your earlier point, Jeff, about liberals not wanting you to even drive, rather than making the market-based choice of offering both internal combustion engines and EVs and allowing someone to make the best choice for them, their lifestyle and their budget. They want to make the choice for you by making sure the gas is too expensive for you to afford. And I significantly disagree with that. If the EVs are better, we can do it in the market. And both the internal combustion engine companies and the EVs get government subsidies. We can talk about pulling those out. But again, I want this to be a market-based choice. And and some things will win, some things will lose.
Well, and I don't think John got the whole sense that, like, look, there's just people that just live different lifestyles.
Yeah.
I can't put hay into an EV.
Not that way. No, not at this point, at least the way they are now. But the weird thing is I'm seeing not regular EVs, but I am seeing some phenomenal results on the Tesla semis. I'm reading some stuff with Pepsi and Frito-Lay and what they're seeing in their, because they're doing some basic reports on what's happening now that they're transporting the goods that way, and they're seeing some significant benefits by using them. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with the big repairs. That's going to change over
and
the
batteries.
Yep, let's see if long term if we have the same savings.
Text message 3300. Reusing the ring is called recycling.
Yeah, but it's not going to make her happy. I mean, you can't come over and go, hey, can we recycle the dress? No. Can we recycle the invitations? Just cross out the girl's name from earlier? That's not going to go over well either. Especially if you recycle the date. Oh, you're in serious trouble. You're in serious trouble. And God forbid you recycle the way you propose. You pull that thing twice. Oh, buddy, you are getting divorced.
Yep. That's not, I mean, I'm trying to think of this transition because a good place to do the ring by spring is at CCU when you're a young college student, right? You could find that special someone. There's a lot to consider when it comes to higher education. The college experience can either build a student's faith up with knowledge and understanding or tear it down. At Colorado Christian University, they aim to strengthen their students' Christian faith because they believe that everything depends on it. CCU's academic and student development programs cultivate a deep and enduring faith that affirms the authority of Scripture and embraces Christ as the authentic center of life. What does this look like week to week at CCU? Well, all students are placed in a discipleship group freshman year. Their campus ministries department creates space for spiritual formation through weekly chapels, service opportunities, and international missions. Every student graduates with an emphasis in biblical studies taught by expert faculty in their field, Old and New Testament theology, and church history. At CCU, they consider faith the most important thing a student can take with them into their future career. To learn more and apply, go to ccu.edu/apply. That's ccu.edu/apply. When I went to a Christian college, it was 800 girls to 400 dudes.
Really? Damn.
It was like an angel factory, man.
That's crazy. And again, I'm a former CCU student. Went there for part of my degree, didn't complete it there for a variety of reasons. Some on their part, no, they said get out. No, I'm kidding. I had to go play soccer somewhere else and do some other things. But it's a really, really nice, supportive community. The thing that I enjoyed the most about CCU is the small college feel. It was more one-on-one. Class sizes were smaller. Interactions with professors were smaller. And rather than being up in Boulder in a lecture of 300 or 400 students, I had the ability to step up and know my professors on an individual basis. And for me, that's worth its weight in gold as far as value. It's a great value.
We'll get to text messages. Lots of them coming in. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
Welcome back to the Jeff and Bill Show. It's been a fantastic discussion today. Dove into the Alito flag controversies. We talked about Andrew Tate with an ABC reporter, international news reporter, and then Denver civil service standards and Denver gas prices. It's been wild. All online. You've been listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS. Have a good day.